Mic check, mic check. Mic check, 1, 2, mic check, 1, 2, 1, 2. Mic check, 1, 2.
And do not feel like you have to read all that.
Yeah, I was going to kind of paraphrase. The champions and reserves maybe, but then kind of start to...
And then Barnyard Buddies.
Yep.
I'll kind of point this out to you. Sometimes they had the reminder.
Yep.
Okay, they talked to you.
Yep.
Okay.
This kid really went into a lot of detail on that. Now 3. Now 3,000 dollars on. Not a better than 3. A better than 3,000.
Alrighty, whenever you're ready.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, if y'all would start taking your seats, we're about to get underway with some opening ceremonies. First of all, I'd like to welcome you to the 57th Annual Klein ISD Livestock Show and Project Show and Auction, sponsored by Astro Equipment. 57 years. We're excited to showcase the outstanding lineup of livestock and projects presented by the hardworking Klein ISD FFA members, and a heartfelt thank you to all of our new and returning buyers out here in our live auction, and those of us that are in the freezer sale as well. I want to give a big thank you and appreciate y'all being here. To get us started, we're going to have the presentation of the colors. Presenting the colors are our Klein ISD FFA officers. We're going to have Trevor Shaw from Klein Kane, Sophia Hagar from Klein, and Lily Hamilton from Klein Oak.
Is that person singing it? They are?
And the national anthem is going to be sung today by one of our Klein ISD members, Jonathan Rosebond from Klein Forest FFA.
by the dawn's early light, what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free, or the home of the brave?
Feel free to be seated. We'd like to extend a very heartfelt appreciation and our gratitude there to Klein ISD Superintendent Dr. Jenny McGowan for being a longtime FFA supporter. Jenny's going to join us, Dr. McGowan, is going to join us later today. She's coming from another event, but wanted to recognize her in the meantime. Until then, representing Dr. McGowan and celebrating his birthday is another longtime FFA supporter, former Klein ISD ag teacher and current chief of operations, Mr. August Wunderlich. Mr. Wunderlich, will you please stand? Also like to give out a huge thank you to the members of the Klein ISD Board of Trustees in the Cabinet that's in attendance today. If you're one of those members, would you please stand to be recognized? We have campus administrators that have come from all 5 of the Klein ISD high schools that have been here throughout the week, supporting and cheering on their students. Your dedication and commitment did not go unnoticed. If you're here and representing one of our 5 schools, would you please stand to be recognized? You want to keep this part out? We'd also like to extend a sincere thank you to the outstanding teams of the Klein ISD CTE Department and the Klein ISD Show Committee for all of their leadership, organization, and helping all of this run together. If you would, please give them a quick round of applause. Their dedication, planning, and countless hours of preparation alongside the commitment of hundreds of incredible volunteers make this event possible year after year and ensure an unforgettable experience for our student exhibitors. We'd also like to give a huge round of applause for all of our outstanding ag teachers, CTE department, show committee, and the remaining volunteers that haven't been recognized for putting together this awesome show every single year. If you would, give them a quick round of applause as well. At this time, we'd like to have Mrs. Lisa Klein from the Barnyard Buddies to present this scholarship to the Grand Champion Heifer. Receiving that honor this year is going to be Rayleigh Lord from Klein Oak.
I probably don't need this. We do it because this is a family. And family supports family. So we've been here for 45 years supporting this organization that's just an amazing organization. We're here for the teachers. We're here for the kids who spent countless hours raising their animals, for the teachers and all the hours they put in, for the administration, because we're family. And I'm looking out here. I have 4 generations of my family here tonight. Bobby and Early Klein graduated in 1961 from Klein High School. Bobby, they were both in FFA. Mike, my husband, graduated in 1981. He was in FFA. My daughter, Katie, 2010. Paige, 2012. Michael, over here, 2017. They all graduated from Klein High, and they were all in FFA. We have 2 of our grandkids, and they're not old enough, but I promise you they'll be in FFA. But this is why. This is why we're here every year. This is why we will take as much money as we can get, and we'll spend every bit of it here in the auction to support these kids. And y'all, what we have in this building, this whole building, is special. People don't have this everywhere. And I can promise you, you will not find this with a voucher. This right here is public education at its finest. Believe it wholeheartedly, y'all. So we want to start the show off, and we want to present this $2,000 scholarship to Miss Rayleigh Lord, this absolutely beautiful animal. Congratulations. You did a fantastic job, and she's beautiful. And Rayleigh is also a junior, so she might be back. We might be presenting her with another $2,000. So we want to thank you all so much, and let's make this a great auction.
We have some other honors we would like to recognize. Mr. Nate Yao and Todd Yao are honored to present the Butch Yao Memorial Ag Mechanics Scholarship to the Grand Champion Ag Mechanics Project this year, which was shown by Klein Oak FFA members with their trailer. If they're going to come up front, I believe they've got something for them as well. Do you want to go ahead and speak about them, or you want to have a little talk?
I just want to say thank you all for coming out today. As Lisa said, this is a family. My dad came and watched me show in the 90s, while John's dad, Danny, was my ag teacher and dentist. So this is a family. Thank you all for coming year after year to participate. My kids have gone through the program about the same time as Mike and Lisa's, different schools. We all travel together, do different projects, different things. It's all about giving back to these kids and all the work that they put in. This year, these 4 and these group of kids have actually spent over 300 hours working on their trailer, 25-foot float. If you haven't seen it, it's pretty impressive for what these guys can put together and do. There was over 30 different projects, roughly 30 projects for ag mechanics this year, and it was one of the things that our dad loved to come up and watch. So, again, let's give it up for these kids. We're glad to be here to support them, and thank you all for coming today.
In addition to that, we have a Klein FFA alumni presenting the Klein FFA alumni scholarships to the following. It'll be our Grand Champion Breeding Poultry exhibited by Madeline Sloat of Klein High School. Our Grand Champion Breeding Rabbit is Genesis Torres from Klein Forest. Grand Champion Ag Science Fair, Jacob Mustin from Klein Oak. And our Grand Champion Photography, Rayleigh Lord from Klein Oak. If you would give them a quick round of applause.
There we go. Okay. Rebecca Brummond. I am a graduate of Klein High School, came back to teach at Klein High School. My daughter did just graduate from Klein High School too, so we're just keeping it in the family with the alumni. I know there's a lot of alumni out here, and as part of my alumni program, we wanted to make sure that we raise enough money to support the smaller projects that don't get a lot of money and don't get to sell in the auction, but we did want them to have some kind of recoup. So we are giving each one of them $250 scholarships for our ag science, our breeding poultry, our breeding rabbits, and our photography winners.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, with that, I'm going to be your auctioneer this afternoon. My name is John Reeves, licensed by the state of Texas, and we got a few little housekeeping things we're going to go over. Obviously, you have your terms and conditions sheets there on your sale order. Just wanted to remind everybody that after you've purchased a project, if you would, please go to the backdrop and take a picture with them. In addition, if you'd like to purchase or support some of these kids, feel free to, and you don't know how to do it, feel free to donate there to the Barnyard Buddies. They've been buying projects for over 40 years now and help giving back to these kids. And so if you'd like to contribute, don't know how, they'll certainly help you get your money and your support where it needs to be. In addition to that, the Barnyard Buddies will also accept any projects that y'all have purchased that you may not have a spot for. So if you fill up your freezer quick and you need somewhere to go with whatever you purchase, feel free to donate that back to them. Just wanted to remind everybody again, projects are not supposed to be donated back to the exhibitors. And I think with that, we're ready to get rolling here as we go on to lot number 1. Before we get started, if you would give a round of applause for everybody that's shown here all week, whether they're in the sale or not. All right, coming up is lot number 1. We have our grand champion floral design exhibited by Amelia Sharp from Klein High School. Amelia is a senior. She's been doing floral design for 3 years, as well as doing horticulture, food tech, and being on the member of the junior varsity swim team. Outside of school, she's involved in a student ministry leadership at Woods Edge and has her own baking business. Wants to thank God for the gift that he's given her to be able to work with her hands, pay attention to detail. She plans to use this money to pursue a career in dental field starting at Lone Star Community College. Wants to thank Mr. Garcia and how he's grown the floral design and horticulture program to give as many students as many opportunities as they would like and to share their creativities with others. That being said, we're ready to get started, ladies and gentlemen. I've got my ringmen across scattered out. I've got Ross over here on to my left, your right, Mike right next to him, got Dakota right here, and Hayden on the far right, your left. And so if you would, just raise your paddles high. We'll try to get you recognized. And those guys down there on the ground are going to help keep us organized up here. And so opening bid on our grand champion floral design. What do you want to do? You bid down $1,000. You bid down $1,000 bid on $1,000 right over there. T&G at an opening bid at $1,000. Money's on now, $1,500. I got $1,000 here, now $1,500. You bet $1,500 right there. Is that Stockinger Family? Stockinger Family Show Supplies in at $1,500 now too. And money's only $15. Would have been at $2,000 here. Would have been at $2,000 bid to buy. I got $1,500 over there and the two. Would have been at $2,000 on. Would have been a grand champion floral design senior $1,500 down two. Would have been at $2,000 and got $1,500 and two. Would have been at $2,000 here. What about $1,750? One time I got $1,500 now $1,750 here. A little bit of the $17.5 and $1,500 now $1,750 here. A little bit of the $1,750 all and $1,500 here to $1,750. What about $1,600? Let everybody play and $1,500 now $16. And $1,600's on. A little bit in 16. Would have been in 1,600 and 1,600. You bet 1,600. Who is that over there? Boatman Construction's in at 16, now 17. Back at you, sir. And got 16, now 17's all. And 16, now 1,700 here. A little bit in 17. Would have been at 1,700. I got 16, now 1,700's all. A little bit in 17. Would have been at 1,700. 1,700. Sold at your way, $1,600. Buyer 101. Buyer 101. Picture, please. Thank you, sir. All right, lot number 2, we've got our grand champion Friar Rabbits from Shane York from Klein High School. He's a freshman. Wants to save money for college to go to Texas A&M University, save up for a truck, help his family out in any way that he can. All right, ladies and gentlemen, what do y'all want to do here? A little bit of $1,000 here on the Grand Champion Rabbit. Money's on to $1,000 at TNG, now $1,500. And $1,000 now $1,500's on to a little bit of $1,500. You bet now. Boatman Construction's at $15 now $2,000. And $1,500 and two would have been at $2,000's on. Would have been at $2,000 and two would have been at $2,000. I got $1,500 on two would have been at $2,000's on. Would have been at $2,000 would have been $2,000 bit of buying your Grand Champion Friar Rabbits. And $1,500 and two would have been at $2,000 on. Would have been at $2,000 and $2,000. TNG's back at $2,000 now $25. I got 2,000, now 2,500, here, a little bit of 5, a little bit of 25, a little bit of 2,500's all. I got 2,000, now 2,500, a little bit of 5, a little bit of 25. And Grand Champion Fire Rabbits, folks, got 2,000, now have a little bit of 2,500, and 2,500, here, a little bit of 5, a little bit of 25's all, here, a little bit of 5, a little bit of 25. What about 2250? One time, 2,000 and a quarter, 2250, here, a little bit, and 2250, and 2,000, now quarter, a little bit, 2250's all, a little bit of 2250, here, a little bit, what about 2,100? One time, I got 2,000, now 100, only $100 more, folks. Got 2,000, now 2,100's all, a little bit, and 1, a little bit of 21, here, a little bit, and 1, and got a gold here, got 2,000, now 1, a little bit, and 1, a little bit of 21, a little bit of 2,100. Sold at your Wayne, $2,000. Buyer number 30. Picture, please. Picture, please. All right, rolling on to lot number 3. We got our Grand Champion broilers. Is that Keone? Is that correct? Keone Brumman from Klein High School. Sophomore, ladies and gentlemen. Second year raising broilers for the Klein ISD show. Wants to thank her ag teachers and parents, the Brummans, for always supporting her for their dream. Mr. Bill, who's always supported and helped her with her projects, as well as Papa and Revan for helping to show the birds and for being a part of this win. All right, ladies and gentlemen, what do y'all want to do here? Your Grand Champion broilers. All right, $1,000 here, a little bit of $1,000 bid. Money's on at $1,190. Who is that right over there at 1,000? 190. You got 190 at 1,000. Parkway Chevrolet has got the open bid at 1,000. Now two would have been $2,000 here. And I'm riding over here with Ross. I got 2,000 at TNG. 2,000. You got to be 3,000. You want to do it? You bet. 3,000 at 43. MMIA's at 3,000 now 4. And money's on at 3. Would have been at $4,000 on. Would have been at 3. Went 4,000. You bet. Who you got? Northwest Animal Hospital's in at 3, now 4,000, and 4,000 here, a little bit of info, a little bit of 4,000, 4,000 up front, the Munson family, is that right? 4,000 now, 5 here, a little bit of 5, a little bit of 5 grand all, 5,000 back at TNG, now 6. I got TNG at 5,000, you want to be 6 up front, sir? You want to do 6,000? 6,000, you bet at 179. Campus Kids, you bet 6 now, 7,000. I got 6 and a 7,000 here, a little bit of 7,000, all a little bit of 7 grand. I got 6,000, 7,000, who you got? 43. Northwest Animal Hospital's in at 7,000 now 8. And 7,000 now 8 grand all, a little bit of 7,000. Got 8,000 back at TNG. And you got to be 9. 8 and 9,000 all. 9,000 Northwest Animal Hospital now 10. And 9 to 10,000. You bet. Munson family's in at 10 now 11. And 10,000 now 11. 11,000. TNG now 12. And 11 to 12,000 all. A little bit of 12. A little bit of 12 grand. I got 11,000 in at TNG. Got to be 12,000. As you wave, and you bet. Northwest Animal Hospital's in at 12. Now 13. And 12 to 13. Now 14,000. Munson family's in at 13. Got to be 14 grand to buy. I got 13,000 now 14 here to a little bit of 14,000. You bet it. TNG now 15 and 14, 15,000. I got Northwest Animal Hospital at 15. You want to do 16, sir? 16 up front. You bet 16 now 17 and 16, $17,000 all to a little bit of 17 at the Munson family now 18 and 17, 18,000. TNG's at 18 now 19, 18 to 19,000 all to a little bit of 19 would have 19 grand. I got 18,000 in a TNG and 19 all to a little bit of 19 would have 19,000. You bet. Campus Kids in at 19, now 20. And 19 to 20,000. Northwest Animal Hospital, 20, now 1. And 20, now 1. Would have been 21. Munson's in at 21, now 2. And 1 to 2,000. Tom would have been 22 grand here. 22,000. TNG, now 3. And 22 would have been 2. Would have been 23,000. I got 22 at TNG, now 23,000. Tom would have been 3. Would have been 23 grand. And 22 to 3 would have been 3,000. Tom would have been 23. And 23. 23,000, you bet. Campus Kids now 4. And money's on at 23, and the 4 would have been 24,000. So a little bit of 4 would have been 24. And TNG back at 4, now 5 would have been 25,000. I got 24, and the 5 would have been 25,000. So you bet. Munson's in at 25, now 6. And 5 to 26,000. So a little bit of would have been 26. And 5 to 6,000. So a little bit of 26 grand here. A little bit of 5 would have been 26. I got 25 to 6,000. You got to go here. A little bit of 5 would have been 6,000. Sold at your way, $26,000 up front. All right, going to be rolling on to lot number 4. Our Grand Champion turkey, also exhibited by Keone Brumman. Same story, sophomore, ladies and gentlemen, at Klein High School. All right, you tell me what you want to do here. A little bit of $5,000 bid to buy here. A little bit of 5, a little bit of 5 grand, and 5,000 here. What about 2,000? You down here, a little bit of 2,000 here, and money's on 2,000. You got it. 101 Boatman Construction's in at 2,000, now 3. And 3,000 is it got to be Barnyard Buddies right there? Barnyard Buddies in at 3. You got 3 and a 4,000. And 3 and a 4 grand's all. 4,000 over here on the right. Who we got over there? Stephen Fastener and Manufacturing's in at 3, now 4. And 3 and a 4,000. Here, a little bit of 4, a little bit of 4,000. Got you in at 4,000, you bet. Now 5. And 4 and a 5,000. All a little bit in 5, a little bit of 5 grand. Here, and a 5, a little bit of 5,000. And Barnyard Buddies in at 4 and a 5, a little bit of $5,000. All a little bit in 5, a little bit of 5 grand. And 4,000 now 5, a little bit of $5,000 on your grand champion turkey. And 4,000 now 5, a little bit of 5,000. All a little bit of 5, a little bit of 5 grand. What about 4,500? One time. And got 4 and a 5, a little bit of $5,000. All a little bit of 5,000. 45, you bet. And 45 at Boatman Construction at 4,500 and 5,000. I got 4,500 and 5, a little bit of 5 grand, all a little bit of 5, a little bit of 5,000. I got 4,500 and 5,000, all a little bit of 5, a little bit of 5,000. I got 4,500 and 5, a little bit of 5 grand, 5,000. Sold at your way and $4,500 to Boatman Construction. Thank you, sir. Picture, please. Lot number 5, we got our grand champion market lamb, exhibited by Paisley Petrovich. Klein Collins FFA, she's a freshman, ladies and gentlemen. With the money she's earned, she wants to use it to help pay towards a major lamb. Wants to thank Carly and Mr. Resendez for always helping her with her lamb. After high school, she plans to attend Texas Tech and major in kinesiology, become a physical therapist while starting her own livestock company. All right, I got an opening bid over here at Stevens Fasteners and Manufacturing for 2,000. Money's on a 2, would have been at 3,000. You would have 3,000 right over there, 190. Parkway Chevrolet's in at 3,000 now 4. And 3,000 now 4 grand's all, a little bit, I got 3, would have been at 4,000. I got 3,000 over here to 4, would have been at 4,000, you bet in the back. MMIA's in at 4, now 5. I got 4,000 now 5, a little bit of 5 grand's all, a little bit of 5, a little bit of 5,000. I got 4 and a 5, a little bit of 5 grand's all, a little bit in 5, a little bit of $5,000. And Grand Champion Market Lamb folks got 4,000 now 5, and money's on a 4 and a 5, a little bit of 5,000. You bet. Campus Kids at 5, now 6, and 5 now 6,000 all, a little bit of 6,000 back into the Moss. Now MMIA 6, now 7, and 6,000 now 7 here, a little bit of 7 grand's all, a little bit of 7,000. I got 6,000 now 7,000 all here, a little bit one time here, a little bit of 7,000 up front. Campus Kids now 8. I got 7 now $8,000 here, a little bit of 8, a little bit of 8,000. What about 7,500? That's gonna help you out. I got 7 now 75. Would have been 7,500 here, a little bit of 75. I got 7,000 up front. Got to be 7,500. A little bit to buy 5. Would have been 75. And $7,500 here, a little bit of 5. Would have been 7,500. I got 7,000 now 5. Would have been 7,500 here, a little bit of 5. Would have been 75 and 7,500. Sold at your way, $7,000. Campus Kids up front. Lot number 6, we have our grand champion goat, exhibited by Lillian Perez from Klein Kane. Sophomore, ladies and gentlemen. Very grateful for those who helped sponsor and support her throughout this project, especially her mom, who made it possible to show in the first place. With that being said, she'd like to use her money for college and major in animal science and for more future projects while she's still in high school. Grand champion market goat, ladies and gentlemen. What do you want to do here? $3,000 here. Would have been a $3,000 bit of bind here. A bit of 3,000. You bet. MMIA is a 3. And money's on a 3. Would have been a 4,000. I got 3 and a 4. Would have been a $4,000 on. Would have been a phone and phone. Would have been 4 grand. I got 3,000 now. Phone would have been a $4,000 on. Would have been a phone. Would have been a 4,000. And 3 and a 4 would have been a $4,000 on. Would have been a 4,000. Who we got over there? Northwest Animal Hospital's in at 4, now 5. I got 4,000 now, 5,000's all here. 5,000 MMIA now 6,000, and 5 now 6,000 here. Would have been down 6 grand, and 5 now $6,000 all. Would have been one time here. Would have been down $6,000, and 5 now 6,000 here. Would have been down 6,000, and 5 6,000 here. Would have been 6,000. What about 55? One time, and 5 now 5,500. I got 5,000 now 5,500 here on the grand champion goat, and 5,000 now 5,500 all. Would have been 55, would have been 5,500 and 5,000, 5,500. Gotta go here to a little bit in 5, would have been 55 and 5,500. Sold at your way, $5,000 your way, Hayden. MMIA picture, please. Thank you. All right, rolling on to lot number 7. Coming up the ramp now, we have our grand champion market swine, exhibited by Natalie Lopez from Klein Forest. She's a sophomore there at Klein Forest. Wants to thank God for giving her the opportunity to be here with him, or be here, and without him wouldn't be here with the money. Wants to continue that with her FFA journey. Plans on purchasing another pig. Like to get a goat and a steer as well. In addition to that, helping support her career, her future career as a veterinarian, saving up for college. Wants to thank her ag teachers for supporting her, pushing her to do her best, and most importantly, she wants to thank her sister and mom and a very special friend, Stephanie, and that always cherish the moments out there in the barn. Never will forget. All right, grand champion Market Lamb, ladies and gentlemen. All right, money's on at $1,000 at Danny Reeves, and money's on now too. And $2,000 in Parkway Chevrolet, and $2,000 now 3, and $3,000 right there. $195. What do we got there? Texas Container Connections at $3,000 now 4, and $3,000 now 4 grand. A little bit of info, a little bit of $4,000, and $3,000 here now. $4,000 up front. Who we got? I'm riding right here with Mike up front. Williams Foundation's in at 4, now 5, and 4 and $5,000 in the back. Who we got there? Spending money on kids' education's in at 5, now 6,000, and got $5 to $6,000 on. A little bit of dancing, a little bit down $6,000. Oh, I got $5 grand here, now $6,000 on the grand champions. Wine, a little bit of 6,000 here, a little bit of dancing, a little bit down 6,000, and $5 to 6 grand on here, a little bit of dancing, a little bit down $6,000 bit of buy. I got $5 now 6,000 on here, a little bit of dancing, a little bit down $6,000 all. And on the grand champion swine, ladies and gentlemen, I have $5,000 now 6, and $5 to 6,000 on. A little bit of dancing, a little bit down $6,000 here. And 5, 6,000. What about 5,500 one time? And 5,500 one time is only 500 more, folks. Here, a little bit of 5, a bit of 5,500. And money's on at 5,000, now 55, a bit of 5,500 up front. 5,500, you bet. The Matthews family's in at 55, now 6,000. I got 5,500 up front, now $6,000 bit of buy here, a little bit of dancing, a little bit down 6,000, and 5,500 now 6 here, a little bit of dancing, a little bit of $6,000 bit of buy, and 5,500 now 6 grand on, a little bit of dancing, a little bit down 6,000, and 5,500 6 on here, a little bit of dancing, a little bit of $6,000 bit of buy. Gotta go, folks. I got 5,500 up front, now 6,000 on, a little bit of dancing, a little bit of 6,000. Sold it your way, 5,500. Buyer number 19, Matthews family. Thank you, and picture, please. All right, lot number 8. We got our grand champion horticulture exhibited by Kaylee, is it Perers? How do you say that? Peters. Okay, Kaylee Peters. She's a junior at Klein High School. Wants to be using her earnings for this project to purchase a pig over the summer to take to the State Fair of Texas. All right, grand champion horticulture, folks. What do you want to do here? A little bit of $1,000 on him, and $1,000 here, a little bit of $1,000 bit to buy, and $1,000 on, a little bit of $1,000 here, a little bit of $1,000 here, and $1,000. You bet. Is that MMIA's in at 1,000? Money's on now 2, and $1,000 here and a 2, a little bit of $2,000 on, a little bit of 2, a little bit of 2 grand, and money's on a 1 and a 2, a little bit of 2,000. What about 1,500 one time? And 1,000 now, 15's on, a little bit of 1,500. We got Northwest Animal Hospital's in at 15 now 2, and money's on a 15. Would have been $2,000 here. A little bit of into. Would have been 2,000 and 1,500 now 2. Would have been $2,000 on. A little bit into. Would have been 2 grand, and got 1,500 in and now 2. Would have been $2,000 on. A little bit into. Would have been 2,000 and 1,500 now 2. Would have been 2,000. Gotta go, folks. Here a little bit into. I got 15. What about 1,600 one time? And 15, 1,600 and 15 now 1,600 here. A little bit in 16. Would have been $1,600 bit to buy, and 1,500 now 16. You bet here. A little bit in 16 would have been 1,600. 1,600. Sold it your way in $1,500. Buyer 43 Northwest Animal Hospital. Thank you. So they're bringing it up here. We got our grand champion steer coming into the ring right now. Lot number 9. Katie Lynn Irwin of Klein Oak High School. She's a junior at Klein Oak, first year with any kind of cattle project, and truly grateful for the people who made this project possible. Wants to thank her parents, Karen and Holt family, for supporting her and coaching her and always being there. And this year's been a roller coaster, and she wants to know that she loved every minute of it. Can't wait to go to college and pursue a degree in equine science. All right, your grand champion, market steer at the 57th annual Klein ISD Stock Show. What do you want to do here? Would have been $10,000 on him. Here, would have been 10 grand and 10,000. Here, would have been 10,000 and 10,000. Money's on a 10,000 MMIA, and money's on a 10 now 11. 11,000 up front. Here, Williams Foundation's in at 11, now 12, and got 11 and 12. Would have been $12,000 up front. Stevens Fastening and Manufacturing, and 12, now 13, and 12, 13,000. Dollar bit of 13, would have been 13 grand. I got 12,000 up front. Would have been $13,000. Bit of mine here. Dollar bit of 13, would have been 13,000, and 15, 12, now 13,000 here. Dollar bit of 13, would have been 13,000. Grand champion steer, ladies and gentlemen. I got 12,000. Got to be 15, 13, now 14, and 13, now 14,000. 13 would have been 14,000. I got 13,000, now 14. We want to do it one time. He would have been 14,000, and 13 grand. 14 would have been 14,000. Dollar bit of buy, and 13 would have been 14,000. 14's in. 109. Who is that right there? Is in at 14,000. WB Valves in at 14, now 15,000. I got 14, would have been $15,000. Dollar bit of mine, 14 would have been 15,000, and 14, 15,000. All dollar bit of 15 grand. All would have been 15, would have been 15,000. It's gonna look a lot better when you sign the check for 15. Come on now, I got 14, now 15,000, and 14, 15,000. All dollar bit of 15 would have been 15 grand, and 14,000 now 15,000 here. Dollar bit of 15 would have been 15 grand, and 14, 15,000. Gotta go, ladies and gentlemen. Here would have been $15,000. Dollar bit of buy, and 14, 15,000 here. Dollar bit of 15 would have been 15,000. 15,000. Sold at your weight, $14,000. WB Valve is the buyer. Thank you, and picture, please. All right, lot number 10. We've got our reserve champion, floral design, Elizabeth. Is that Vizina? Is that correct? Vizina, junior at Klein High School. She's a greenhead in the Klein FFA chapter. After high school, she plans on attending Texas A&M University for their nursing school. And will be putting her earnings towards funding her education. Wants to thank her ag teachers for helping her along the way. All right, reserve champion, full design. What do you want to do here? $1,000 here, and $1,000 bit of buy. Won't would have been $1,000 on him, and 1,000 here. Bit and won't would have been 1,000 all, and 1,000 here. Bit and won't would have been. Money's on at 1,000 MMIA, and money's on 1,000 now. 1,500 and 1,500's all. 15 would have been 1,500, and 1,000 here now. 1,500 MMIA is in 1,000. Got to be 1,500 and $1,500 bit of buy. 15's all. Money's on, folks. Here got a bit of 15 would have been 1,500, and 1,500's all. A bit of 1,500 here. A bit of 1,000 and a half, and got 1,000 here now. 1,500's all. A bit of 1,500 and 1,000 now. 1,500. What about 1,250 one time? And 1,000 and a quarter. You bet here. A bit of 1,250 and got 1,000 now. 1,250's all. A bit of 1,250 and $1,250 all. A bit of 1,250 and got 1,000 now. 1,250. 1,100 one time and got 1,000 now. 1,100 on a reserve champion, full design. Got 1,000 now. 1,100's here and got 1,000 now. 1,100. 1,100. You bet now. Buyer number 75. Who's that in the back? Huckabee's in at 1,100 now. 12 and 11 and 12 would have been $1,200 on. A bit of 12 would have been 1,200 and got 1,100 here. And 12 would have been $1,200 bit of buy. 12 would have been 1,200 and 12 would have been $1,200 here. And 12 would have been 1,200. MMIA's at 12 now. 13 and back at you. Got 12 to 1,300 and 12 would have been $1,300 bit of buy. 13 would have been 1,300 and 12 here to 1,300. Got a gold here. A little bit of 13 would have been $1,300 bit of buy and 12 to 13 would have been 1,300. 1,300. Sold at your weight, $1,200. MMIA. Thank you. Picture, please. Got our reserve champion Friar Rabbits coming up into the ring right now. Nathan Simpson's a freshman at Klein High School. Nathan's wanted to join FFA since he was in middle school. The opportunity to get reserve as a freshman means a lot to him. Plans to use the auction to help invest in the livestock for the future. Is that livestock or stocks? Livestock? I didn't know if you're a big Wall Street man. Okay, livestock for the future. Makes sense there. All right, help into that, and wants to go after high school, wants to go to Texas A&M to become an electrical engineer. He wants to serve his country for 6 to 8 years flying drones, and then wants to take his passions fishing and teaching the gospel to the next generation. Sounds like a pretty good plan. All right, your reserve champion, Friar Rabbits. What do you want to do, folks? Here, $1,000 on it one time. And money's on at 1,000. You bet. 76. Who is that? Linko Constructions in at 1,000. Money's on now, 1,500. And got 1,000 now, $1,500 bid to buy. 15 would have been 1,500. Reserve champion Friar Rabbits got 1,000 now. Half would have been 1,500. And 1,000 now, 1,500. All a bit of 15 would have been $1,500 bid to buy. And 1,000 now, 1,500 here. Dollar bit of half would have been 1,500. $1,100 one time. And got 1,000 now, 1,100 here. 1,100 in the back. Who is that? A 150, 153. Is that Simpson Horticulture Solutions in at 1,100 now 12 and got 11 at 12 would have been $1,200 all and got 11 at 12 would have been $1,200 bid to buy on your reserve champion Friar Rabbits got 11 at 12 would have been 1,200 and 11 at 12 would have been $1,200 bid to buy and 12 would have been $1,200. Hey, you want to do a 12 now 13 and 12 now 1,300 same way 12 to 1,300 all a bit of 13 would have been 1,300 and get 12 now 1,300 all a bit of 1,300 and get 12 would have been $1,300 bid to buy and 10 would have been 13 and 12 would have been $1,300 here, another 1,000 now on 300, and gotta go, folks. Here and get 12 would have been 1,300, 1,300. Sold at your Wayne buyer number 153. Thank you, sir. Picture, please. Lot number 12, ladies and gentlemen, our reserve champion broilers. Logan Stanley from Klein FFA. He's a freshman, folks. Wants to thank everybody that's helped pour their knowledge and experience into helping him learn and grow his show team, slot, show stock, and the entire Hill family. Wants to use his money to help invest on future projects. All right, you tell me on your reserve champion broilers, what do you want to do here? $1,000. TNG's in at 1,000. You want to be 15. I got TNG at 1,000. You want to be 1,500? You bet. And stocking your show supplies in at 15 now too. And TNG's back at 2. Would it be 25? You want to do 2,500? 2,500. Morris family's in at 25. Now 3,000. I got 2,500 here in the 3. Would have been $3,000 on. Would have been 3. Would have been 25. And 2,500 in the 3 would have been 3,000. And 2,500 in the 3,000. All would have been 3. Would have been 3,000. And $3,000 here. Would have been 3. Would have been 3,000. Did I take you at 15, ma'am? 25, that's what I thought. Yes, 25. Now 3,000. I got 2,500 and 3,000. All would have been 3. Would have been 3,000. I got 2,500 here. Would have been 3. Would have been 3,000. And 2,500 and 3 would have been 3 grand. All would have been 3. Would have been $3,000 bid to buy. And your reserve champion broilers got 2,500 and $3,000 all. And 2,500 and 3 would have been 3 grand. So would have been 3. Would have been 3,000 and 3,000. Sold at your weight, $2,500. The Morris family, thank you. Picture, please. Picture, please. All right, walking in, we got lot number 13, Kennedy Griffin, reserve champion turkey. She's a senior, going to be attending Angelo State University in the fall to major in animal science, become a livestock nutritionist. Wants to thank Mr. Brumman for answering all of her many questions that got her here. All right, what do you want to do on your reserve champion turkey? You tell me what you want to do here. $1,000 and $1,000 bid to buy. Boatman Constructions in at 1,000. Money's on now, 1,500. I got 1,000 now, 1,500. On a bit of 15. With 1,500, what? Who you got? Stevens Construction and Fastening, you bet. 15 now, 2. And 1,500 and 2 would have been $2,000 on. Would have been a 2. Would have been 2,000. I got 1,500 here on the right. And 2 would have been $2,000 on. Would have been a 2. Would have been 2,000. Who you got at 2,000? MMIA's at 2 and 2,500. And 2,000 and 2,500. A little bit of 5 would have been 2,500. I got 2,000 now. Half would have been 2,500 here. 5 would have been 2,500. And 2,000 now. Half would have been 2,500 on. A little bit of 5 would have been 25. And 2,000 now. 2,500 here. A little bit of 5 would have been 25. And 2,000, 2,500 here. A little bit of 5 would have been 2,500 and 2,500 on your reserve champion turkey. Got 2,000, got to be 2,500 and 2,000 and 25. Boatman's in at 25. You bet now 3,000 and 2,500 and 3 would have been 3 grand. All a little bit and 3 would have been 3,000 and 2,500 and 3 grand. All a little bit and 3 would have been $3,000 and 2,500 here and 3 would have been 3,000 here. A little bit and 3 would have been 3,000. I got 25, got to be $3,000 bit to buy. 3 would have been 3 grand. All a little bit and 3 would have been 3,000. Sold at your weight, $2,500. Boatman Construction buys. Thank you, sir. Picture, please. Picture, please. Got our reserve champion market lamb. Isabella, how do you say your last name? Toussaint? Isabella Toussaint is a junior at Klein Collins High School, lot number 14 with your reserve champion market lamb. Very thankful for this opportunity. Wants to thank her ag teacher, Mr. Resendez and Avery LaGrop, for pushing her to be her best and work with this lamb and never letting her give up. It's a blessing, and she could not have been here without God to help wake her up and give her the drive every day. Plans to use this money towards future projects. Wants to thank the FFA community for everything it's ever gave her. All right, reserve champion. Got $1,000. Money's on now, too. And 2000's in it. It's Chevrolet right there. 2000 now, 3. I got 2000 at 3. Would have been a 3,000. No, would have been a 3,000. No, I got her 2,000 now, 3. And 2,000's on to 3,000 here. And 3 would have been a 3,000. I got her to 3,000. Who we got over there? MMIA is in at 3. Now 4. And 3 to 4,000. And got 3,000 in the back. Now 4 would have been a 4 grand. On to the bit of the and 4 would have been 4,000. Down a bit of buy. And 3 to 4,000's on to the bit of the and 4 would have been 4,000. And 3 to 4,000's on to the bit of 4 would have been 4 grand. And 3 to 4,000 here. A little bit of the and 4. What about 3,500? One time. I got 3,000 now, 35. I got 3,000 now, 3,500's on to the bit of 5. One time here would have been 3,500. I got 3,000 now, 35, a little bit of the 5, a bit 3,500, and 3,500. One time, got to go to a little bit of 5, a bit 3,500's all, and 3,000 now, 35, a bit of 5, a bit 3,500, and 3,500. Sold at your way in $3,000. MMIA, thank you. And picture, please. All right, lot 15, Caleb Hampton from Klein Oaks, his senior. Got your reserve champion market goat. Grateful for the support he received from his parents, ag teachers that contributed toward his projects. Senior year in his ag has made great memories, and his dedication has paid off. He's going to be attending Prairie View A&M to continue his studies in agriculture. Wants to use his money to help pay for college. All right, your reserve champion market goat. What do you want to do? Here, a little bit of $1,000 on it. And Barnyard Buddies in at 1,000. Now on 2. I got $1,000 on 2. Would have been a 2 grand. 2,000 in 104. Who is that? Charlie Odom's in at 2,000 now 3. I got 2,000 now 3,000 here. A little bit in 3. Would have been a 3 grand. I got 2,000 now 3. Would have been a $3,000 on. A little bit in 3. Would have been a 3,000 on him. And 2,000 now 3,000 here. A little bit in 3. Would have been a 3 grand. I got 2,000. Got to be 3. Would have been a 3. 3 would have been a $3,000. And 2 would have been a 3,000 on. A little bit of 3. Would have been a 3,000. Reserve champion market goat. Got 2,000 now 3. And got to be $3,000 on. A little bit in 3. What about 2,500? One time. I got 2,000 now 2,500 here. A little bit of high. Would have been 2,500. And 2,000 now 2,500 on. A little bit in 5. Would have been 25. And 2,500 up front right there. Williams Foundation's in at 25, would have been 3,000. I got 2,500 up front, got to be $3,000 bit of buying, 3 would have been down 3 grand, and 2,500 here, and 3 would have been $3,000 on, a little bit in 3 would have been 3,000, and 2,500 and 3 would have been 3,000 on, a little bit in 3 would have been $3,000 here, and 2,500 and 3 would have been 3,000 on, would have been on reserve champion market goats. He's a senior, got 2,500, got to be 3,000, and 2,500 and 3 would have been $3,000 here, a little bit in 3 would have been 3,000, 3,000. Sold it your way up front, $2,500, buyer 89. Buyer 89, Williams Foundation, thank you. Picture, please. All right, walking into the ring, lot 16, excuse me. Jocelyn Hofart from Klein Kane, reserve champion market hog. Jocelyn's a senior from Klein Kane High School. It's her 3rd year being in FFA. Very first pig project. Wants to give a huge thank you to Trenton Stanley for helping her through each step of raising her pig. Kodak is the name of the hog. Also wants to thank TNT Show Pigs, the Stanley family, Slot Show Stock. Would not have been able to do any of this without their kindness and endless support. Always going to hold this experience close to her heart. Is very thankful for the opportunity to show livestock in the Klein ISD School District. All right, your reserve champion, market hog. What do you want to do here? A little bit of 2,000. It would have been 2,000. You bet. I got 48 in at 2,000. Bob's Woodworking's in at 2,000 now 3, and 2,000 in at 3 would have been $3,000 all. I got 2,000 now 3 would have been 3,000. 3,000 in the back. Spending money on kids and 2,000 now 3. I got him at 2,000. You want to be 3,000? You bet. 3 now 4, and 3 to 4,000. 4,000. Spending money on kids at 4. Now 5 would have been 5,000 on who would have been 48. Bob's Woodworking's in at 5,000, now 6. And 5 to $6,000 on a little bit of 5 to 6,000 on a little bit of 5. 6,000 MMIA's at 6, now 7. And 6 to $7,000 on a little bit of 7, now 2 to 7,000. I got 6 grands on him here, a little bit. I gotta be 7 on a little bit of 7,000. And got 6, gotta be 7,000, a little bit of mine on a little bit of 7 grand. And 6,000 now, $7,000 on a little bit of 7, now 2 to 7,000. And 6,000 here. What about 6,500? One time. And got 6,000 now, 6,500. On a little bit of 5 to 6,500 and 6,000 now 6,500 on a little bit of 5 to 65 and 6,000 now 6,500 a little bit of 5 to 65 and 6,500 got 6,000 now 65 6,500 sold at your weight $6,000 MMIA buys. MMIA is the buyer. Thank you. All right, going to roll on to lot number 17. Abigail Williams from Klein High School. Reserve champion horticulture. A senior this year, ladies and gentlemen. Done projects over the last 4 years and learned from all of them. This was a 2-year project. Took her 2 years to get it grown to right here. Full of love is what she says. Plans to continue learning and working with plants and animals, and would like to work at the Houston Zoo one day. Wants to thank my Fancy Abbey friends for always cheering her on. What does that mean, Fancy Abbey friends? What is Fancy Abbey friends? Fancy Abbey is your name, nickname? All right. All right, your reserve champion horticulture, folks. Stevens Fastener's in it. 1,500, money's on a 15 now, 2. And Stockinger family's into 2,000, now 2,500. And 2,500, even with Stockinger family. Stockinger Lawn Care's at 2,500, now 3,000. And 3,000, you bet, 3,000. Right over there, 74's at 3,000. Craig and Sarah Sandhill's in at 3,000, now 35. I got 3,000 and 3,500 to 500 to 3,500 and 3,000. 3,500 is Stockinger Lawn at 3,500 and 35. 4,000, you bet here, but 4,000's all. I got 4,000. Craig and Sarah's at 4,000, now 45 and 4,500 a little bit 500 to 4,500. I got him in at 4,000, now 4,500's all. A little bit of 500 to 4,500 and 4,000 there on the left. Now 4,500 to 4,500 and 4,000. Now 4,500 here. A little bit of 500 to 4,500 here to 500 to 45 and 4,000. Now 4,500 here, a little bit of 500 to 45 and 4,500, 4,250 one time. I got 4,000, 4,250 and 4,000 a quarter, a little bit and quarter, to 4,250 and 4,000 now 4,250's on, a little bit of 4,250 and a quarter, a little bit. I gotta go here, a little bit of 4,250's all. I got 4,000 now, a quarter, a little bit of 4,250 and 4,250. Sold at your way at $4,000. Craig and Sarah Stanfield. Buyers 74. Yes, sir. Gotcha. Yes, sir. Logan Paul, senior, Klein High School. Reserve champion market steer. Wants to thank Jesus, his ag teachers, his parents, his sister, and Chris Barton and Kyle Barton for helping him. He's enlisted in the Marine Corps. He's going to go after high school, plans to save money to help when he's older. Going to serve our country as soon as he's done, ladies and gentlemen. Your reserve champion market steer. All right, what do you want to do here? $5,000 on him, and 5,000. TNG's in at 5. It'll be 6,000, sir. You want to do 6,000? 6,000 right there up front. What's your number, sir? On it services in at 6,000 now 7 and 6,000 here, 7,000 there, and supporting kids at 7,000 and 6 and 7,000 now 8 and 7,000 here now 8 would have been 8 grand on a little bit of 8 would have been 8,000. I got 7,000 in the back, 8,000. Stephen and Faster's in at 8,000 now 9, 8 to 9,000 here to a little bit of 9 would have been 9 grand. I got 8 and 9 would have been $9,000 on a little bit of 9 would have been 9,000. 9,000 buyer 196. Who is that? Nava Hot Shots in at 9, now 10, and 9 to 10,000. I got a 9 would have been $10,000 on a little bit of 10 would have been 10 grand, and 9,000 now 10 would have been 10 would have been $10,000 bid by your reserve champion steer. I got 9,000 now 10 would have been $10,000 bid to buy, and 9 would have been $10,000 on a little bit of 10 would have been 10,000. I got 9 would have been $10,000 here, a little bit of 10 would have been 10,000. What about 9,500 one time? 9,500 one time. I got 9,000 and 95, and 9,500 up front. Williams family and 9,500 to 10,000, and 95 would have been $10,000 on to the better do bit and 10 would have been $10,000 bit to buy, and 95 to $10,000 on to the better do bit and 10 would have been $10,000 on your reserve champion steer. I got 9,500 up front, now 10,000, and 9,500 to 10 would have been $10,000 here to the better do bit and 10 would have been 10,000 and 10,000. Sold it your way up front, $9,500. Williams Foundation, thank you, and picture please. 95. We got Caitlin Lynn Irwin, who's already up here, I'm pretty sure, junior from Klein Oak. It's her third year raising and showing lambs. It's been a journey, spent countless hours, and is thrilled that it's all paid off. Wants to give a huge thank you to the family that's helped her in everything, even when the barn and all the time that it's spent into it. She wants to thank her sponsors that have also made it possible to earn such an award, to get her lamb up here on the auction block. It's truly taught her a lot about dedication and responsibility. Can't wait to continue her journey into college. Wants to do equine science. You bet. All right, what are you going to do here? And $1,000 on him here, a little bit of $1,000 bit to buy. And money's on at 1,000. You bet. Here, a little bit of 1,000. Parkway Chevrolet, now 1,500. And Stockager Show Supplies in at 15. Got to be 2,000, sir. You want to do 2,000? You want to do 2,000, sir? And got 1,500 and 2 would have been 2,000, sir. 2,000, you bet. Now 2,500. I got 2,000. Now 2,500. Here to the 5 would have been 2,500. I got 2,000. Now 2,500. On to the 5 would have been 2,500 and 2,500. I got 2,500 over here. Buyer 86. Jeannie Hamilton in at 2,500. Now 3,000. Got to be $3,000 and 3,000 here. A little bit of 3,000. You bet in 3,000 and 35. And Ivan Hot Shots in at 3 and 3,500 and 3,000 and 3,500. On to a little bit of 5 would have been 3,500 and 3,500 here. A little bit of 3 would have been 3,500 and 3 and 3,500. You bet and 3,500 down 4. I got 3,500 and 4 would have been $4,000. Texas Container Connections in at 35, got to be 4,000. 4,000, now 45. And Hot Shots in at now 4,500. And 4,500, you bet 5,000. And Jeannie's in at 45, now $5,000. And got to be 5,000 on a bit of bag. Got 4,500 and 5 would have been 5,000. And 4,500 and $5,000 on a little bit of 5 would have been 5,000. I got 4,500 here and 5 would have been 5 grand on a little bit of 5 would have been 5,000. And 4,500 here and 5 would have been $5,000 here. Got to go here a little bit of 5 would have been 5 grand and 5,000. Sold it your way in $4,500. Buyer number 86, Jeannie Hamilton. Thank you, and picture, please. All right, lot number 20. Kaylee Peters, a junior at Klein High School. Got a goat. Going to be using the earnings from this project to help purchase a goat to take to Rodeo Austin next year. All right, what are you going to do here? A little bit of $1,000 on him. Here, a little bit of $1,000 bit to buy. Barnyard Buddies in at 1,000. Now 1,500. You want to do 1,500, sir? I got 1,000 up front. 1,500 and 2,000. And a little bit of 15 would have been $2,000. And Charlie Odom's in at 15. Got to be 2,000 and 2 would have been 2 grand on. A little bit of $2 would have been $2,000 there. And 1,500 and 2 would have been $2,000 on. A little bit of $2 would have been 2 grand. I got 1,500 now 2 would have been $2,000 here. 2,000. Who is I? Willow Creek Ranch in at 2, now 2,500, and 2 to 2,500 here, a little bit of 5 would have been 2,500. Odom's back in at 25 to 3,000, and 2,500 to 3 would have been $3,000 on, a little bit of 3 would have been 3 grand. I got 2,500 on, a little bit of 3 would have been $3,000 here, a little bit of 3 would have been 3,000, and 2,500 to 3 would have been $3,000 on, a little bit of 3 would have been 3,000, and 2,500 to $3,000 on, a little bit of 3 grand to go, and 2,500 to 3,000 on, a little bit of 3 would have been 3,000 all. 3,000. Sold it your way at $2,500. Buyer 104, Charlie Odom. If you would take a picture, please. Got another swine project coming up. All right, we got Brooke Gower, Klein Kane Senior. part of the Vet Tech pathway and plans to attend Tarleton State University and then use that as a step on her dream to become a veterinarian. Has always been involved in FFA all 4 years, raising hogs, broilers, and breeding chickens, as well as participating in floral design, photography, and CDEs. Through these experiences, she's grown a passion in ag and animal care, wants to thank her friends and family for the support always. All right, tell me what you want to do here to a little bit of $1,000 on it, and $1,000 bid to buy, and $1,000 here to a little bit of Martin Yard Buddies in at 1,000 now 15, and money's on 1,000 now $1,500 on to a little bit of 15 TNGs at 15 now 2, and 1,500 at 2 would have been $2,000 on to a little bit of 2 would have been 2,000, and 2,000 up front of the campus kids at 2,000 now 25, and 2,000 now 2,500 here to a little 5 would have been 2,500. I got 2,000 up front, got to be 25 would have been half would have been 2,500, and 2,500 here to a little bit of 25 would have been 2,500, and 2,000 now 2,500 here in a TNG now 3,000, and 2,500 and 3 would have been $3,000, 3,000 on campus kids now 35, and 3,000 and 35 would have been 3,500, and 3,000 and 3,500 a little bit in 5 would have been 3,500 on a bit of 3,500 amongst and families in a 35 to 4,000, and got to be 4,000. Who you got? 155's in the fourth. 4,000, saving money on kids and education. 4,000 now 4,500, and 4,000 now 4,500, 4,500 up campus kids now 5,000. I got 4,500 and 5 would have been $5,000 on a little bit and 5 would have been $5,000. And Munson's in at 5 now 5,500, and 5 and 5,500 on a little bit of 5 would have been $5,500, a little bit 5,500 now 6. And campus kids is in at 55, got to be $6,000, and 6,000 here, a little bit of 6 grand on a little bit and 6 would have been 6,000. I got 5,500 and 6,000 on a little bit and 6 would have been 6 grand. And Munson's in a 6, now 6,500, and 6,000 now 6,500, on a little bit and would have been a 65, 6,000, 6,500, you bet now 7,000. Campus kids in a 65, got to be $7,000, on a little bit and 7 grand, and 6,500 and 7,000, on a little bit of 7, you 7,000. I got 6,500 up front, and $7,000, on a little bit and 7 grand, and got to go here a little bit of $7,000 all, and 7,000. Sold at your weight, $6,500. The campus kids up front. Thank you. Picture, please. Lot 22, Angie Gomez, a senior, Klein Forest. Wants to thank her Lord and Savior Jesus Christ for all the blessings and the opportunity and making this afternoon possible. Wants to thank her village of family, friends, and everyone that's helped support her through on this journey. Special thank you goes to her ag teacher, Mrs. Finke Robertson, for guiding her every step of the way and never giving up. Would not be here without their support and belief in me, or in belief in her in this project to help shape her future. Wants to continue her path, go to Texas A&M to study ag law and further involvement in the livestock industry and gig 'em. All right, here, what do you want to do on this steer, folks? A senior, $5,000, no, and then $5,000, $5,000 in here in Parkway Chevrolet's in at 5 now 6,000, and 6,000 here in that. Texas Container Connections in at 6. You want to be 7,000? 7,000, you bet. Here in Matthews family's in at 7 now 8. And 7,000 now 8 would have been 8 grand here. $8,000. And got 7,000 now 8 here. $8,000. 7,500 MMIA now 8,000. I got 7,500 now 8 would have been $8,000 on and 8 would have been 8,000. I got 7,500 here now 8 would have been $8,000 bit about here and 8 grand. And Matthews in at 8,000 now 8,500. I got 8,000 now 8,500 on and 5 would have been 8,500. 8,000 now half would have been 5 would have been 8,500 on and 5 would have been 8,500. I got 8,000 now 8,500 on and 5 would have been 85 and 8,500. Gotta go, folks. Here got 8,000 now 85. Sold it your way, $8,000. Matthews family, thank you, and picture, please. All right, ladies and gentlemen, lot 23, our goat showmanship champion, Ariel Munoz from Klein Kane, senior. She's a member of the varsity cheer team and an officer in the school's bass fishing team. She's been showing goats the last 3 years at majors all over Texas. Plans to attend Texas Tech University and major in animal science and the pre-vet track in this fall. Tends to use the funds that she gets off of this project to help pay for college and tuition. Wants to thank her parents, ag teachers, and showmanship coaches for making this possible. All right, y'all tell me what you want to do here. $1,000 one time. And $1,000 all $1,000. Barnyard Buddies at 1,000 now too. I got 1,000 and 2 would have been 2 grand. All money's on a 1 and 2 would have been 2,000. I got 1,000 and 2 would have been $2,000. What about 1,500? One time. And I got 1,000 now, 1,500. And 1,000 now, 1,500. MMIA is in at 15 now, 2 and $2,000. I got 15 now, 2 would have been $2,000 here. Done a better do it in 2 would have been 2 grand. And 1,500 and 2 would have been $2,000. On done a better do it in 2 would have been $2,000 here. And 1,500 and 2 would have been $2,000. On done a better do it in 2 would have been 2 grand. And 1,500 and $2,000. On done a better do it in 2 would have been 2,000 here. And 1,500 and 2 would have been $2,000. On done a better do it in 2 would have been 2 grand. Goat showmanship champion. You bet 1,500 now, 2. Senior, ladies and gentlemen, I got 1,500 down, 2 would have been 2,000. And 1,500 down, 2 would have been 2,000 here. Down home would have been a little bit, and 2 would have been 2 grand. And 2 grand. I got 1,500. Got to be 2,000. You got to go here. And 2 would have been 2,000. 2,000. Sold at your weight at $1,500. MMIA's the buyer. Thank you. Lot 24, Reagan Shaw, swine showmanship champion, freshman at Klein High School. She raises hogs, chickens, and heifers. Wants to give a shout out to her brother Trevor, who's a senior at Kane, for helping her out. I'd also like to thank her advisors for being supportive with softball and ag events and made it a much better showman and ball player. Grateful for this show season and excited for the next one. All right, you'll tell me what you want to do here. $1,000 soccer show. Is that the soccer lawn? At $1,000 now, 2 would have been 2,000. You bet now 3. Who's in that? Ampco Electric's in at 2 and a 3,000. I got 2 would have been $3,000 on a little bit of MMIA's at 3 now 4,000. I got 3 would have been $4,000 on a little bit of 4 would have been 4 grand. I got 3,000 now 4 on a little bit of 4 would have been $4,000 here. And 3 and 4 would have been $4,000 on a little bit of 4 would have been $4,000. And 3 and 4,000 here and a little bit of 4 would have been 4,000. 3,500 one time. I got 3,000. You got to be 3,500 on a little bit of 3,500. Who you got? PBK's in 3,500 and 4,000. I got 3,500 and 4,000 right up front here. Texas Container Connections at 4,000, now 4,500 and 4,000, now 4,500. MMIA is at 45 and 5,000. I got 4,500 and 5,000 here. 5,000 and 5,000. 5,000 here. You bet. Texas Containers in at 5, now 5,500 and 4,500 and 5,500, 55. MMIA split it. 5,500. Is that right? 5,500 and 6,000, and 5,500 and $6,000 on a little bit and say would have been 6,000 here, and 5,500 and 6,000. You bet. Texas Container 6,000 now 6,500, and 6,000 now 6,500 on a little bit and 5 would have been 65, and 6,000 now 6,500 here to a little bit and 5 would have been 6,500 on a little bit and 5 would have been 65, and 6,500. You bet. Now 7. And 7,000. I got 6,500 and $7,000 on to the better bit and 7 grand. And 6,500 and 7,000 here to the better bit and $7,000 all. And 6,500 and 7,000 here to the better bit and 7,000 on to 7,000 and 7,000. Got to go here to the better bit and 7 grand. Sold at your weight in $6,500. MMIA and the Moss family are going to split it. Thank you. Coming up onto the block, lot 25, Ashlyn, is it Lehman, is that correct? Lehman. Ashlyn Lehman, senior at Klein Oak High School, steer showmanship winner. Very grateful and blessed to have had the best ag teachers and support groups you could ask for, and Mr. Richardson and her mother, and this is her 4th steer project. Committed to Texas Tech University in Lubbock to become a future ag teacher, spread some of the same love for agriculture that's been given to her. All right, what are you going to do here? $5,000 on to 5 grand here. 5,000. Parkway's in at 5 now 6, and money's on at $6,000 here. 6 grand, and 5 now 6,000 on to $6,000 here, and money's on at 5 now 6,000 on to $6,000 here, and 5 now $6,000 on here. 6 grand on to 6,000, and money's on at 5 to 6,000 here in the senior folks, and 5 now 6,000 here in the 6,000 all. And 5 now 6,000 here, a little bit and 6 grand on a little bit and 6, 5,500 one time. I got 5,000 now 5,500 and 5,500. You bet. And 55. Spending money on kids and education in at 55, now 6,000. And $5,506,000 on the better little bit and sing would have been down 6 grand. And $5,506,000 on the better little bit and 6 down here, and the better little bit and 6,000. And $5,506,000 on the better little bit and 6 grand. Gotta go. And $5,506,000 on the better little bit and sing would have been down 6,000. $6,000. I got 5,500. I got to be 6 grand. One time, $6,000. Sold it your way in $5,500. Buyer number 155, spending money on kids and education. Thank you, sir. Picture, please. All right, coming up, we've got Anna Marie Paul, senior, Klein Collins High School. Wants to work her way up, buying a ranch, become a lamb and goat breeder. Would like to extend a thank you to everyone that's helped her get into this spot. Couldn't have asked for a better senior year. Market lamb, folks. All right, what do you want to do here? $1,000 one time, $1,000 to buy. Parkway Chevrolet's in at 1,000 now too, and money's on 1,000 down 2 grand. On a little bit of $2,000 here. I got 1,000 now too. On a little bit of 2,000, and money's on 1,000 here, and $2,000 on a little bit of 2 grand. And I got 1,000. What about 1,500? One time, and get 1,000 now. Have a bit of 1,500, and 1,000 now. 1,500 on a little bit of 15 would have been 1,500. I got 1,000 here, and a little bit of 15 would have been 1,500 on a bit. 15 and 1,500 to buyer 157. Who is that? Ray Blackburn Auto's in at 15 now too, and 2,000. I got a 1,500 and 2 would have been $2,000 here. Did a better little bit and 2 would have been 2 grand, and 1,500 and $2,000 on. Did a better little bit and 2 would have been 2,000 here, and 1,500 and 2 would have been 2,000 on. Did a better little bit and 2 would have been 2,000 all. I got 1,500. Got to be $2,000 bid to buy, and 15 now and 2 would have been 2,000 here. Did a better little bit and 2 would have been 2,000. 2,000. Sold it your way at $1,500. Buyer number 157, Ray Blackburn Auto Service. Thank you, sir. Picture, please. Aiden, how do you say your last name? Benegas? Yeah. Coming up, we've got Aiden Benegas, a senior from Klein High School, with a swine project. He's going to put this money towards college. Would like to thank Cam for all of his help throughout the years, and also Mrs. Filan for everything she's done. He wants to become a large animal vet. Where do you want to go to college at? A&M? Good choice there. All right. Senior, ladies and gentlemen. Swine project. What are you going to do here? A $1,000 bid to buy, and $1,000. Barnyard Buddies in at 1,000 now, 15. I got $1,000 now, 1,500. On a bit of 1,500 and MMI. PM Utilities in at 1,500. I got 1,500 on a bit of 15 now too. Gotta be $2,000 here. I got 1,500 and 2 would have been 2,000 here. And a little bit and 2 grand. And 1,500 and 2,000 on a little bit and 2 would have been 2,000 on a little bit 2 would have been 2,000 here. And 1,500 and 2 would have been 2 grand on a little bit and 2 would have been $2,000 on him. And 1,500 and 2 would have been 2 on a little bit and 2 would have been 2,000. And 1,500 and 2 would have been a little bit and 2 would have been 2 would have been 2,000. 1,750 one time. I got 1,500. Gotta be 1,750. And 15 now. 1,750 on a little bit. You're in at 1,500. Got to be 1,750. I got 15, 1,750. 1,750. Barnyard Buddies up front. Got to be 2,000. 2,000. You bet now 2 1/4. I got it. PM Utilities in at 2,000. You want to be 2 1/4. 2,250. And 2,000 now 1/4. A little bit of Barnyard Buddies is out. I got 2,000 over here. You want to be 2,250. And 2,250 here's on a little bit and 2,000 1/4. And 2,000 here now 1/4. A little bit and 2,250. And 2,000 now 2,250's on. You bet 2,250 now 5 and 2,500. I got 2 1/4 now half. You bet 2,500 now 2,750. And 2,750's on a little bit and 750 here. I got 500 and 750's on a little bit and 2,750. I got 2,500 on here. A little bit and 2,750's on. And 2,500 and 750 a little bit and 2,750 and 2,500 on a little bit and 2,750 here done a little bit and 2,750's on him and 2,500 and 2,750 gotta go to a little bit of 750 and 25 and 750. Sold it your way $2,500. Put it on buyer 67 PM Utilities. Thank you, and picture please. All right, senior from Klein Kane, Sophia Sebastian. with their Market Lamb project. Wants to thank God for the opportunity. Attending Tarleton in the fall, is going to use the money here to help pay for education. Wants to thank her family, Mr. Frank, Avery Moss, and Hannah Tipton for their help. You bet. All right, here, and what are you going to do? So, and $1,000 on him here. I got Barnyard Buddies in at $1,000. Parkway Chevrolet, you want to be $1,500? $1,500, you want to be $2,000. $2,000 stock is your show supplies at $2,000, now $2,500, and $2,000, now $2,500, on to a bit of $500, and $2,000, now $2,500 here, now half a bit $2,500. I got $2,000 now, half a bit is $500, $2,500, and $2,000 now $2,500, on to a bit of $500 on it, and $2,000 now $2,500 here, a bit of $525, and $2,000 now $2,500, on a bit of $525. What about $2,250? One time, I got $2,000, gotta be $2,250, and $2,250 on to a bit of a quarter, a little bit of $2,250, and $2,000 now quarter, a little bit of $2,250 on, a bit of $2,250 here, and $2,000 now $2,250, a little bit of $250, and got money's on a $2,000, gonna be $2,250 to buy, and $2,000 and a quarter, a little bit of $2,250 here, and a little bit of $2,250, and $2,000 and $2,250 here, and gotta go, let's talk, and $2,250 and a little bit of $2,250. Sold at your weight, $2,000. Stock and your family show supply. Thank you, and picture, please. Good eye. All right. Coming into the ring, Hannah Marcantel, is that correct? Junior at Klein High School, Friar Rabbits. After high school, wants to plans to attend Texas A&M and pursue her dream of becoming a vet. Wants to thank her mom for always helping her clean the cages and for God for giving her the opportunity. All right, you bet. On Friar Rabbits. Remember, folks, it's not just the one they bring into the ring. You get the other ones, too, that are back there in the pins. All right, what do you want to do here? And $500 here. And $500 bid to buy. And $500 bid to buy is home. Money's on at $500. Who's in buyer 74. Craig and Sarah Stanfield's in at $500 now, $750. And money's on at $500 now, $750 here. Money's on, folks. Here going to be $750 down a bit to buy. And $500 now, $750 on a bit of $750. And $500 now, $750 on a bit of $750 here. $750. I got $500 now, $750 here. $750 on a bit of $750. And $500. What about $600? One time. I got $500 now, $600 here. And $600. Who you got? Klein FFA alumni is in at 6, now 7, and 6 now 700 on a bit a little bit and 700, and 600 here now 700 on a bit a little bit and 7 out here would have been at 700 in. Premium Air Services in at 7, now 8, and money's on a 7 now 8 would have been 800 on a bit is on a bit a little bit and 800 and 700 here now 8 would have been a little bit 8 would have been $800 on a bit a little bit and 8 would have been 800 and I got 700 and back here now 8 would have been $800 bit to buy and 700 here gotta go folks gotta be $800 on a bit a little bit and 8 would have been 800. Dr. McGowan, our superintendent's in at 800, now 9. He got to be 809, would have been 900. $900, you bet. Premium Air, 900, now 1,000, you bet. And McGowan's in at 1,000, got to be 1,100. I got 1,000 here and 1,100 on, a little bit 1,100 here. I got 1,000 front by the superintendent. Got to be $1,100 bid to buy. And 1,000 now, 1,100. Don't be afraid to bid against her. I think she likes it. I got 1,000, got to be 1,100. I got 1,000 here and 1,100 on, a little bit 1,100. You bet. Premium Air's in at 1,100, got to be 1,200. You want to do it? 1,200, you bet now, 13 back at you. I got 12 up front, gonna be 1,300 on, a bit of 13 would have been 1,300, and now 14, you bet. 15 would be 1,500. 1,500, I got 14, would have been 1,500 one time. I bet you'll quit if you hit her one more time. I got 14, got to be 1,500, and 14 up front, got to be 1,500 on a bit of buy. 15 with 1,500. I got 14 to 1,500 on. She says no, and gotta go. We got one call, 1,500. Sold at your way at $1,400. Dr. McGowan, thank you, ma'am. Picture, please. All right, walking in, we've got Drake Vasquez, a senior. Lot number 30 with his market goat. Wants to thank his family, his ag teacher, and all those that have helped him with his project. Plans to attend Texas A&M University, major in animal science, and hopefully become a veterinarian. The money earned here is going to help go towards college education, and truly appreciates the buyers to make these opportunities possible and to help invest into his future. All right, you better tell me what you want to do here. And $1,000 bid to buy. And 102's in at 1,000. Money's on. Smiley and Jana Gonzalez. I knew who they were. I didn't know if they were racing for something else. Got 1,000 now, 15. And money's on to 1,000 now, 1,500 here. And thousands on to the bit of the money's on, folks, here to the bit of 1,500. And 1,000 now, $1,500 on to the bit of the and half a bit of 1,500. And 1,000 here now, 1,500 on to the bit of the bit of 15 would have been $1,500 all. And 1,000 now, 1,500 here to the bit of the bit of 15 would have been 1,500. I got $1,000. It'll be $1,500 bid to buy, 1,500 here to the bit of the bit of 15. And 1,000 now, 1,500 would have been 15, would have been 1,500, and 1,000 now, 1,500, 1,100, one time. I got 1,000 now, 1,100, a little bit, 1,100, 1,000. Barnyard Buddies in at 1,100, now 12. 1,112 would have been $1,200. I got 1,000 up for 1,100 up front. I got to be 1,200 and $1,200 on. A little bit, and 12 would have been $1,200. You bet here, a little bit, and 12. I got Barnyard $1,200. Smiley and Jenna's in at 12, now 13, and 12 to 1,300 on. A little bit, and 13 would have been 1,300 and $1,300 on. I got 12. It's going to be $1,300 bid to buy, and 12 would have been 1,300 on. A little bit, and 13 would have been 1,300 and 12 to 13. You bet 13 now, 14. Linco Construction's in at 13, got to be 1,400 to buy, and 13 now, 1,400 on. A little bit, and 14 would have been 1,400. I got a 13, got to be 1,400 on a bit to buy, 14. You bet. Smiley Jenna's in at 14, would have been 15. You bet. 1,500. Landco's been at 15, now 16, and 15 now, 1,600 on. A little bit, and 16 would have been 1,600, and 15 now, 1,600. Let's call. Got to go 16, would have been a little bit, and 16 would have been 1,600, and 15, 1,600. One call. Sold at your weight, $1,500. Buyer number 76, Linco Construction. Thank you, and picture, please. Brianna Benavides, senior, Klein Forest, third place broilers. Wants to thank her sponsors, Nathan Neva and Julio, for sponsoring her chickens. Graduating means a lot to her, and furthermore, wants to use the money to help with her education to become a veterinarian. It's a dream and passion. She's very excited to be here in a lifelong career. All right, you tell me what you want to do on a third place broiler. And $750 bid to buy, and 750's haul. And money's on a 750 here into the middle of the 750. What about 500? One time. 500. I'm going to take you up front. Nava Hot Shots in at 500, now 6. And 500 and 600's all a little bit and 600 here, 22. AVW's in at 600, now 7. And 700's on a little bit of 700 in the back. 103. Pogue Construction's in at 7, now 800. I got 7 at 800. You want to be 800, sir? Nava's in at 800. You want to be 900's on. A little bit. Got 800. Got to be 900. Got to be 900. You want to do it? 900, you bet. Got a 900 now, 1,000. And 1,000 right there. Gonna be, that's Texas Container. Now 1,100. Back at you, 11 there. AVW Group's 11, now got to be 1,200. 1,200 to the Pogue Construction, now 13. And 12 to 1,300's on to the middle, and 1,300. I got 12 in the back, now got to be 1,300's on to the middle, and 1,300. And 1,200 and 13 would have been 1,300's on to the middle, and 13 would have been 1,300's all. And 13 up front, Nova Hot Shot at 13, now 14. I got 1,300, now 1,400, down a bit about 14's on to the middle, and 1,400. I got 1,300, got to be 14's on to the middle, and 14 would have been 1,400. Here and 1,400's on to the bit and 14 would have been 1,400 and gotta go 1,400. Sold it your way. You want to do it? 1,400. I got Pogue Construction at 14. You got to be 15, sir. 15 one time. 15 one time. I bet he'll stop. We were almost done anyway. 1,500. 1,500. I got 14 in the back. Got to be 1,500 to buy one time. You want to do her? You bet. 1,500 now, 16. Here, a little bit, and 16. So would have been 1,600. And 15, 1,600. Here, a little bit, and 16 would have been 1,600. 1,600. Sold it your way, $1,500. Did y'all want that on hot? Okay. Nava Hot Shots. You bet. Picture, please. All right. Coming in, we got lot 32. Eric Hernandez, a senior from Klein Forest, the Swine Project. Wants to thank Marissa Vargas for teaching and guiding him through this project. Wouldn't be up here if it wasn't for her. With the funds he plans to use to help pursue his education in petroleum engineering at Texas Tech. You've got Reckham written on here, but I got a gold ring that says I can't say that, but I know what you're getting at. Lot 32, Swine Project. What do you want to do here? $1,000 on it. Barnyard Buddies in at $1,000, now $1,500. I got $1,000, now $1,500. $1,500 in the back. Spending money on kids and education is at 15, got to be 2,000. Barnyard Buddies in a 2, now 2,500. I got 2,000 up front, you got to be 2,500. 2,500 right there at Texas Container at 25 to 3,000. 2,500 to 3 would have been $3,000 all. And 2,500 to 3 grand all. And a bit of and 3 would have been $3,000 bid to buy. I got 2,500, 3,000. Spending money on kids and education is at 3, now 3,500. And 3,500 is all under a bit and 5 would have been 3,500. I got 3,000 on the back, now 35 would have been 3,500. 3,000 and a half dollars all. A little bit and 5 would have been 3,500 and 3,000 now 3,500 on to the bit a little bit and 5 would have been 3,500 and 3,000 3,500 on 3,250 one time. I got 3,000 in the back, 3,250. Texas Containers at 3,250. 3,500 one time. I got a 3,250 and a 35 would have been 5 would have been 3,500 all and 3,500 up front. Williams Foundation's at 35 and 3,750 and 3,500 and 750 on to the bit a little bit and 750 here and 3,500 and 750 down a bit of buys on to the bit of 750 and 35 and 750 here to the bit a little bit of $750 aware and 35 and 3,750 here to the bit a little bit of 750 and 3,750 got to go. Last call here to the bit of 3,750. Sold it your way in $3,500. Williams Foundation is the buyer. Picture please. All right, lot 33, Cole Gray, senior, Klein Oak High School. Turkey Project wants to thank his parents and ag teachers for all the help that they give. Plans to put the money from this project towards college, pursuing a degree in forestry. Oh, you bet here. What you want to do is on to the bit of $750 on the turkey, and $750 on to the bit of a little bit of 750 where, and $750 on to the bit of a little bit of 750 here, and to the bit of a little bit of. You bet, $750. AVW, money's on now, 1,000, and $750 here, and $1,000 on to the bit of a little bit of 1,000 where, and $1,000 on to the bit of a little bit of 1,000 here, to the bit of a little bit of 1,000 all. I got $750 now, 1,000 here, to the bit of $1 grand, folks here, to the bit of a little bit of 1,000, and $750 now, $1,000 on to the bit of a little bit of thousands here, and $750 now, $1 grand. You bet. And Pogue Construction's in at 1,000 now, $1,250 one time, sir, and $1,250. You bet. AVW's in at $1,250 now, $1,500, and $1,500's on to the bit a little bit, and 15 would have been $1,500. I got $1,250 over here. Got to be $1,500. You want to do it here? A little bit of 15, and $1,250 now, $1,500 to buy. Here, a little bit, and 15 would have been $1,500. And I got 1,000 and a quarter over here on the right. It got to be $1,500, and $1,500 on to the bit a little bit, and 15 would have been $1,500. 1,500. Sold it your way at $1,250. Right over there, buyer 22 AVW. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Double checking Keone, right? Yeah, Keone. Okay. I should know this. All right, lot 34. Keone Brumman, Horticulture Project, sophomore, Klein High School. This is called a saguaro cactus topiary. Did I pronounce that right? I'm gonna go with it. That's correct. Anyway, he'd like to thank his granny with her green thumb and his mom and dad for helping him get this project. Also like to thank Amanda Simmons, Noelle Tipton, and the rest of the show committee for all of their support for putting this show on, for all of the students. Greatly appreciate it. Wants to thank each and every buyer for coming out and supporting the show and students. All right, you tell me what you want to do here. We said it was a saguaro. Is that what it is? Saguaro Cactus Topiary Horticulture Project. What do you want to do here? A little bit of $1,000 and $1,000 one time. Here, a little bit of $1,000 now. $500 one time. Here, a little bit and 500 where? And 500. You got 500 in the back. Pogue Construction's in at 5 now 600 and 5 now 600's on to a little bit and same little bit 600's all and got 500. Now money's on, Pogue. You got to be 600 on a bit of buy and 5 now 600's on to a little bit and same down 600 here. 600. You bet 107. Adam Wooster's in at 600, now 7. Another bit of 600. Pogue's Construction's in at 7, now 8. And $800 back at you here. And got 700 now. Maybe not a little bit and 8 would have been $800 bit to buy. I got Pogue Construction in at 7, got to be $800. And 7 now 8 would have been a little bit and 8 would have been $800 where. Up front, $800 Munson family, you bet. Now, $900 all. You got 800 now, would have been 900. Folks in at 900 now, got to be $1,000 where? I got 900 now, thousands all, $1,000 here. And $1,000 one time. I got 900 now, $1,000 all, and one would have been thousands all. And got 1,000. You bet, 1,000 now, 1,100. Munson's in at 1,000. I got to be 1,100. And got 1,000 now, 1,100 here, 1,100 here, 1,100. I got 1,000 now, 1,100 all, 1,100 here, 1,100. 1,000 now, 1,100. One time, gotta go, folks. Here, 1,100, 1,100. Campus kids, 1,100 now, 12. I got 1,112. Would have been $1,200 all. 12 would have been $1,200. $1,200 all. Gonna go. Last call. Here, 12. 1,200. You bet. Munson families in at 12 now, 13. And 12 now, 1,300. 13 would have been 1,300. I got 1,213. 13 would have been 1,300. 13 would have been $1,300. And 12 to 1,300. Let's go. Gotta go here. 13. Sold it your way up front. $1,200. Campus kids is the buyer. Or Munson family, excuse me. Munson family is the buyer. Got Jack Thompson coming in the ring with his steer project, a senior at Klein High School. Looking to put this money towards his education and architecture school. I'd like to extend a thanks to God, his mom, Colton, and every single one of his friends that's helped make this dream scenario possible. Where are you going to go to school this fall? Yes, sir. Blinn, you bet. All right, you tell me what you want to do here. Steer, $5,000 on. Money's on in. Parkway Chevrolet's in at 5,000 now 6. And money's on at 5 would have been $6,000 on to the same would have been $6,000. And 5,000 now 6 wares on to $6,000. And 6,000 here to the same would have been $6,000 on to the 6. And 5 to $6,000 all money's on gotta be $6,000 bid to buy. And 5 to $6,000 here to the same would have been down 6,000. A senior ladies and gentlemen steer project. I got 5,000. You gotta be $6,000 to buy. And 6,000 here to the same would have been $6,000. And 5 to 6,000 here. What about 5,500 one time? And 5,000 now 5,500 5,500 and 5,500 a little bit of 5 a bit of 5,500 on a little bit of 5 55 and 5,000 5,500 here a little bit of 5 5,500 and 5,500 on a little bit of 5 5,250 one time. I got 5,000 and a quarter and 5,250. 157's got it at 5,250. Ray Blackburn Auto Service at 5,250, now 5,500, and 5 1/4 now half would have been at 5,500, 5 would have been 5,500. Parkway Chevrolet's in at 55, now 750, and 5,500 now 750 here, a little bit of 5,750, and 5,500 now 750, so a little bit of 750 here, would have been a little bit of 5,750, and 5,750. 157, same way. Ray Blackburn and 5,750 now 6,000. I gotta be $6,000 bid to buy. I got 5,750 here and a $6,000 on a little bit and same would have been 6,000 and 5,750 now $6,000 on a little bit one time 6,000 and 5,750 now is on a little bit and $6,000 on a little bit and 6,000. $6,000 one time. Sold it to you 5,750. Buyer number 157, Ray Blackburn Auto Service. Picture, please. Thank you, sir. Coming into the ring, Isabel Rodriguez Flores, junior, Klein High School with her Friar Rabbits. Oh, you bet. I'd like to thank her grandparents, mom, and teachers for all the help. Going to be using the money to help save for college. Wants to become a veterinarian. You bet. Oh, what do you want to do here? $500 where? $500 to buy. And 500 on a little bit of 5. 17's in at 500. Joe and Vanessa Pearson at 500, now 6. Money's on a 5, would have been $600. Premium Airs in at 6, now 7. And 600 now 7's on to the bit, a little bit of 700's here, to the bit, a little bit of 700's on to the bit, a little bit of 700. Money's on to 600 now, 700, a little bit of buys on to the bit, a little bit of 7 here, to the bit, a little bit of 7. And 600 now 7 here, to the bit of 700, you bet. And that's Klein FFA alumni, is that right? 700 now 8. And 7 now 800 here, to the bit, a little bit of an 8, would have been 800. 800 a Premium Air now, 9 would have been 900. 8 and 900's on to the bit, a little bit of 9 would have been $900 on to the bit, a little bit of 900 one time. And got 8 and 900 here, to the bit, a little bit of 9 would have been 900. 8 and 900's on to the bit of the Friar Rabbit. You get 3 of them. Got 8 and 900's all. And 8 and 900 here, to the bit, a little bit of 9 would have been $900 wire, to the bit, a little bit of 900. I have sold it to you, $800. Premium Air Services is the buyer. Picture, please. Picture, please. All right, we got Jackson Moss Jr. at Klein Kane. Vice President, the North District President after high school, going to go to Texas A&M to try and major in ag business. Wants to thank his family for all of his help throughout the projects and the buyers that came to support him. All right, you tell me what you want to do here. $1,000. And got 1,000 up front. TNG, what do you want to do, sir? 15? 2,000? 2,000? 2,000 TNGs at 2,000 now 3. I got 2,000 now 3. Would have been $3,000 on. A little bit of 3,000 MMIAs in a 3 and a 4. And 3,000 now 4. A little bit of info. Would have been 4,000 all. And 3 and a $4,000. A little bit of info. Would have been $4,000. And 3 and a $4,000 on. A little bit of info. Would have been $4,000 on. A little bit of info. Would have been 4,000. And 3,000 wearing a 4. Would have been $4,000 on. A little bit of info. Would have been $4,000. A little bit of buy. 3,500. What time? I got 3,000 now 3,500 on. A little bit of 5. Would have been 3,500 here. A little bit of 5. Would have been 35. And 3,000 and 3,500, a little bit of 5 would be 3,500. And 3,000 and 3,500, here, a little bit of 5 would be 3,500. And 3,500. Sold it, you're waiting $3,000. MMIA is the buyer. MMIA is the buyer. Logan Stanley, freshman at Klein Kane, coming into the ring with Swine Project. Like to thank his brother for trying broilers last year and setting the bar for him to make such a huge accomplishment. Wants to thank Mom and Dad for always finding a way to check on birds during the day. Help prep the night before. Thank you to Mr. Frank and all the other help along the way. All right, you tell me what you want to do here. $1,000. You bet. Barnyard Buddies in at 1,000 now 15. And money's on 1,000 now $1,500 on. $1,500 in the back. Spending money on kids and education at $1,500 down 2. And $1,500 to 2 would have been $2,000 on. A little bit of 2 would have been 2,000. Joe and Vanessa Pearson and 2,000 down 2,500. I got 2,000 down 2,500 on. A little bit of 5 would have been 2,500. And 2,000 down 2,500 wearing. PBK is in at 2,500, a little bit of 3,000. I got 2,500 and $3,000 wearing a little bit of 3,000. Spending money on kids and education, 3 and a 35. And $3,500 on, a little bit of 5 would have been 3,500. And 3,000 now 3,500 on, a little bit of 5 would have been 3,500. I got 3,000. You bet. PBK is in at 35 to 4,000. And 3,500 to $4,000 on, a little bit of info would have been $4,000. I got 3,500 to $4,000 on, a little bit of info would have been 4,000. And 3,500 to 4,000 on, a little bit of info would have been 4,000. And you bet, Bob and Vanessa Pearson and Jim and Vanessa Pierce. Joe and I know you. I've known you my whole life, and I'm reading the screen and it's messing me up. 4,000 and 4,500. 4,000 and 4,500 on a little bit of the 5 would have been 4,500. And 4,000 here. Now 4,500 on a little bit of 5 would have been 4,500. I got 4,000 now 4,500. One time, gotta go here. A little bit of 5 would have been 4,500. And 4,500 on a little bit of 5 would have been 45. And 4,500. 4,500. Sold it your way. Buyer number 17, Joe and Vanessa Pierce. Thank you. Picture, please. All right, lot 39 coming to the ring. Abigail Williams, Klein Collins Sr., ladies and gentlemen. Plans to continue learning about plants and animals. And loves someday work at the Houston Zoo. Wants to thank all of her Fancy Abby friends. All right, ladies and gentlemen, what do you want to do here? All right, $1,000. Tanat goes in. Money's on a $1,500 now, too. And $1,500 to $2,000. Stephen Fassner's in at 2,000 down 2,500 and 2,000 down 2,500 on to the bit of the 5 bit 2,500. I got 2,000 up front and 2,500 on the 5 bit 2,500 and 2,000 and a half down a bit of the 5 bit 2,500 and 2,000 down 2,500 on to the bit of the 5 bit 2,500 and 2,000 down 2,500 one time here to the bit of the 5 bit 2,500 and 2,000 and 2,500 22.50 one time and 2,000 and a quarter a little bit and 22.50. I got 2,000 down 2,500 on or 22.50 here to the bit of the bit and 22.50. And 2,000 now in quarter one time, $250 on to the 22.50. I got 2,000 up front, right over here. You got to be 22.50. 22.50. You bet. Now 2,500. I got 22.50 here and a 5 would have been 2,500 and 22.50 here. A little bit of 5 would have been 2,500 and 22.50 here. What was that number again, sir? I got you at 22.50. Just want to recognize you. 74 at 22.50. Craig and Sarah Stanfield at 22.50. Now 5 would have been 2,500. Tonight goes in at 25 to 27.50 and 2,500 and 750 on to the better 27.50. Now 3,000 and $3,000 on to the better bit and 3 grand here. I got 27.50 here. Going to be $3,000 on to the better bit and 3 would have been 3,000 and 27.50 and $3,000 on to the better bit and 3 would have been 3 grand and 27.50 and $3,000 on to the better bit and 3 would have been 3,000. 3,000. I have sold it to you, $27.50. Craig and Sarah Stanfield, buyer 74. Thank you, and picture, please. All right, coming into the ring, Caleb Hampton, senior, Klein Oak with his Lamb Project. Wants to thank everyone for huge support from his parents and ag teachers that contributed towards this. All right, wants to use the money to help pay for college there at Texas A&M Prairie View. All right, what do you want to do here? $1,000 on him, $1,000 bid to buy. Parkway Chevrolet's in at 1,000, got to be 1,500, and 24's in at 1,500. Who is that right there? On it Services in and at 1,500 down 2, and 1,500 to 2 would have been $2,000 where, and $2,000 on to the bit of the 15 would have been 2,000, and 1,500 to 2 would have been $2,000 on to the bit of the 2 would have been 2 grand, and 1,500 to 2 would have been $2,000 on to the bit of the bit and 2 would have been 2,000, and 1,500 to $2,000 on to the bit of the bit and 2 would have been 2,000, and 1,500 to 2 would have been $2,000 where, and the bit of the bit and 2 would have been 2,000. 1,750 one time. I got 1,500. Parkway Chevrolet's at 1,750 and a 2,000, and 1,750 here and a 2 would have been $2,000 on to the bit and 2 would have been 2,000 on him, and 1,750 and 2 would have been $2,000 on to the bit and 2 would have been 2 grand, and 1,750 and $2,000 on to the bit and 2 would have been 2,000 where, and 1,750 and $2,000 on to the bit and 2 would have been 2,000. 2,000. Sold it 1,750. Parkway Chevrolet is the buyer. Thank you, and picture please. Klein Collins, FFA Junior. Aiden Sosa, the Swine Project. Wants to thank his sponsor, Chad Smith, for everything that he's helped him with. And then wants to thank his parents as well, waking up early with him, taking him to the barn. Wants to thank his friends. They also helped feed out when needed to. Wants to use this money to help purchase a Houston pig or fix up his truck. Doesn't have a motor in it. Kind of hard to drive one like that, ain't it? All right, all those late night walks finally paid off. Well, all right, what do you want to do here? $1,000 on the swine. And Barnyard Buddy's in at 1,000, now 1,500. You want to do 1,500, sir? Stephen Faster's in at 1,500, now 2,000. And $2,000 on. I got 1,500 and 2 would have been 2,000. I got 1,500 and 2 would have been $2,000 on. A little bit, and $2,000 bit to buy. And 2,000, who you got? Spending money on kids and education at 2,000, now 2,500. You bet. Stevens Fasteners and Manufacturing's in at 2,025 to 3,000, and 2,500 here to $3,000 on to a little bit, and 3 would have been 3,000. I got 2,500 up front. You got to be 3,000 on to a little bit, and 3 would have been 3 grand, and 2,500 and 3,000 on to a little bit, and 3 would have been 3,000, and 3,000. You bet. Now spending money on kids and education's in at 3,500. Got to be 4,000. 4,000. I got 3,500 up front. You got to be $4,000 bid to buy, and 3,500 and $4,000 where to a little bit, and 4 would have been 4,000, and 3,500 and 4 would have been a little bit of 4 grand to buy here. A little bit, and 4 would have been $4,000, and again 3,500 and 4 would have been 4,000. A little bit, and 4 would have been 4,000. 4,000. Now I have sold it to you, $3,500. Stevens Fasteners and Manufacturing, buyer 152. Thank you, sir. Coming in, we got lot 42. Sealy Adair, junior, Klein High School, full design. First year in FFA, wants to use the money to help purchase a goat for next year and continue on into FFA. I'd like to thank Mr. Bertrand and Mrs. Brumman for always pushing her to do new things. Wants to get pediatric heart sonography certification and work at Texas Children's. All right, what do you want to do here? $500 all, and $500 bid to buy, $500 bid to $500, and $500 where? And $500 bid to $500, and $500 one time here. $500 bid to $500 on the Florida culture. $500. Who you got? 103 is a 500. Poe Construction's in at 500 now. Money's on a 6. And 5 to 600's on. A little bit and same with a bit of 600. And 5 to 600's on. A little bit and same with a bit of $600 where. And 5 to 600's on. A little bit and $600 bit of buy. And 500 to 600's on. A little bit and same with a bit of 600's all. And 5 to 600 here. A little bit and same with a bit of 600. And 5 gotta go here. A little bit and same with a bit of 600's on where. And 5 to $600 on. Last call here. A little bit and 600. Sold it to you, $500. Pogue Construction, buyer 103. Thank you. Picture, please. Is it Busman or Busman? Busman. All right, lot 43. Natalie Busman, Klein Kane sophomore with her swine project. Only been in FFA for 2 years, but has learned a lot. Being part of Klein Kane FFA has taught her what real teamwork is. Wants to thank her ag teachers, parents, and especially TNT Show Pigs for helping making it so far in their journey for raising hogs. All right, what do you want to do? Where? $1,000 where? And Barnyard Buddies in at 1,000, now 15. You want to be 1,500, sir? All right, 1,500, 107. Adam Wooster's in at $1,500 now too, and $2,000 on, a little bit, and $2,000 where? I got $1,500 there. You gotta be $2,000, a little bit, $2,000 bit of buy down, $2,000 to that code on 25. The X is in 2,000 now 25. And got to be 2,500 and 25 now 3,000. Wooster's in 3,500, $3,000 on. A little bit of 3 would have been $3,000. I got 2,500 to 3 would have been $3,000 on. A little bit in 3. I got 2,500. Got to be 3,000 here. A little bit in 3 would have been $3,000 bit to buy. I got 2,500 in. And spending money on kids is 3,000 now 35. And $3,500 on. A little bit in 5 would have been $3,500. $3,500 the Wooster down 4,000 and 3,500. Putting $3,500 to $4,000 on, a little bit of $4,000 to buy. I got $3,500 to $4,000 here, a little bit and $4,000. I got $3,500 to $4,000 here, a little bit and $4,000. What about $3,750? One time. I got $3,500 going to be $3,750 on, a little bit of $3,750. I got $35 going to be $750 to buy, a little bit of $3,750 and $35 to $750 here, a little bit and $3,750 and $3,750. Sold it your way at $3,500. Buyer 107, Adam Wooster. Picture, please. Picture, please. All right, coming in with his steer project, Hayden. Is it Lemon or Limon? Hayden Lemon coming in, sophomore at Klein Kane. Like to thank his family, Mrs. Filan for going above and beyond, Pee Wee and Noel Tipton for always being there, and the one and only Hannah Tipton for helping him with showmanship. Be putting the money raised towards purchasing a show heifer. All right, second place market steer. What do you want to do here? A little bit of $5,000 bit to buy, and $5,000 where? A little bit of $5,000 up front. Coastwide Marines in at $5,000. Money's on. Got to be $6,000. MMIA is in at $6,000 now 7, and $6,000 now $7,000 on. A little bit of $7,000, and $6,000 now $7,000 on. A little bit of $7,000 where? I got $6,000. Got to be $7,000 bit of mine on. A little bit of $7,000 here, and $6,000 now $7,000. A little bit of 7 now here. A bit of $7,000, and $6,000 now $7,000 bit of mine on. A little bit of $7,000. Second place market steer got $6,000. Got to be $7,000 to buy. high. And 6, now $7,000 on, a little bit of 7,000 here, would have been 7,000, and 6,000 here, $7,000 on, one in time, 6,500, want to try her? I got 6,000, now 6,500 on, a little bit of high, would have been 65, and 6,500, Parkway Chevrolet, now 7,000, I got 6,500 and $7,000 on, a little bit of $7,000, and 6,500 and 7,000, you bet, on, a little bit of 7,000, and 6,500 and 7,000 here, a little bit of 7,000, and 7,000, last call, got 65, going to be $7,000. Sold at you ain't $6,500 Parkway Chevrolet, and Parkway Chevrolet is the buyer. Coming into the ring, Cameron Hagar, junior at Klein Oak High School, pen of Friar Rabbits. Wants to thank everyone that supported and encouraged him all the way, his parents, family, and friends, and especially fellow FFA chapter members. The money off of this project is going to help pay for his last year of FFA as a senior. Would like to do several other projects after high school, interest in majoring in biology and going into the medical field. All right, you tell me what you want to do here. $500 on a pen of Friar Rabbits. And $500 where? $500. Bidder 92. The 189 club's in a 500 now 6. And money's on a 5 with a bit of $600 all. And 500 now 600 here. A little bit on the same would have been now 600. And 5 now 600 here. A little bit and same would have been 600 all. And 5 now 600 here. A little bit and same would have been 600. And 5 now 600 here. A little bit and same would have been 600 all. A little bit and 6. And 5 now 600 here. A little bit and $600 on a pen of Friar. All three of them. You bet. 5 would have been 600. And 5 $600 here. A little bit, and sing would have been a 550 one time, and 550 where would have been a 5.5. Money's on a 5, going to be 550, and 500 and a half would have been a 550. So a little bit, and a 550, 550 one time. Sold at your Wayne, $500. Buyer number 92, the 189 club. 189 club. Oh, you're gonna split it. 92 and 94 gonna split it. Frank Bernhardt. Frank Burnett. All right, thank you. All right. Nava or Nava? Allison Nava, senior, Klein Forest, their swine project. Done FFA 4 years. Most important lesson she's learned is it takes a village. Parents, thank you for the continuous support. The years that even doesn't go unnoticed. Teammates have kept her competitive. And lastly, Anthony, thank you for the guidance through the projects. You've gone above and beyond to help her out with this passion. Money here is going to be donated toward her study of animal science, where her use pay for animal science, attending Stephen F. Austin this fall. All right, what do you want to do here? You want to do 1,000, sir? $1,000. Bob's Woodworking's in at 1,000 now, 15. Money's on at 1,000 now, 1,500. And 1,500 at 22. That's AVW Groups at 15, going to be 2,000. Texas Container 2,000, now 2,500. And 2,500 at 5 would have been 2,500. Bob's Woodworking is 25, would have been 3,000. I got 2,500, going to be $3,000 on, a little bit, and 3 would have been $3,000. I got 2,500 at 3,000. The X's in at 3,000 and 3,500. I got 3,000 and 3,500. A little bit of 5 would have been 35. Texas Container 35 to 4,000 and 35 would have been $4,000. Where a little bit of 4 would have been $4,000. 4,000 is going to be Nava Hot Shots at 4,000, now 4,500, and 4,000 now I'm had a little bit of 5 would have been 4,500, a little bit of 5 would have been 4,500. I got 4,000 now I'm had would have been 4,500 here, a little bit of 5 would have 4,500. Bob's Woodworking now 5,000, and 4,500 and 5,000's all, and 45 would have been $5,000 here, a little bit, and 5 would have been 5,000, and 4,500 and $5,000 fair, and 4,500 and $5,000 here, a little bit, and 5 would have been 5,000, and 4,500 and 5,000. Last call, got to go in here, 5,000, you bet. That's going to be Texas Container 5,000, now 5,500. And 5,000 now have would have been 5,500. On a little bit of 5 would have been 5,500. And get 5,000 now 5,500 here. A little bit of 5 would have been 5,500. And money's on a 5, going to be 5,500 here. A little bit of 5 would have been 5,500. Last call. And 5,000, 5,500 here. A little bit of 5 would have been 55. And 55. Sold at your weight, $5,000. Texas Container Connection. Buyer 195, picture please. How do you pronounce your last name? Noah. Noah. How do you say it? Almogabar? We got Noah Almogabar, senior, Klein Collins with his broilers. Wants to thank his parents for help funding his FFA project and always supporting and believing in him. Very grateful for the time, effort, and sacrifices they put in. The money from this project is going to go on towards the next one, ideally to take them to Houston, take broilers to the Houston Livestock Show, and help as well with his senior year college funds. All right. Oh, what do you want to do here? And $500 all, and $500 bid to buy. $500 in AVW's in, and $500 now 6. And money's on a $500 bid of $600 on, $500 bid down 600, and $600 where? $600 $600 in the Pogue Construction now 7, and AVW's in at 7 now 8. Gonna be $800, and 800 Pogue's in at 8, and 9 would have been $900. $900 now $1,000 one time. I got $900 over here. My AVW gonna be $1,000 where? I got $900 now $1,000 on. A little one time, and $1,000 here. You bet. Pogue Construction in 1,000 now 1,100. 1,100 now 12. You bet here. A little bit in 12. AVW's in at 1,100. Got to be 1,200 right to buy. I got 11 and 12 would be $1,200 here. A little bit in 12 would be 1,200. $1,100 and 12 would be 1,200. A little bit in 12 would be 1,200. I got 11 over here. Got to be 1,200. A little bit high. 12 would be 1,200. 1,100. Jim McGowan's in. 1,200. Dr. McGowan's in at 12 now 13, and 12 to 1,300. You bet 1,300 now 14. You want to do 14? You bet now 1,500. Ain't gonna be 1,500. I got 14 up front. You got to be $1,500 bid to buy, and 14 now 1,500. On a little bit and 15 would have been 1,500, and 14 $1,500 on a little bit and 15 would have been 1,500. 1,500. Sold it to your wing. $1,400. Dr. McGowan buys. Thank you, and picture please. Josue Rodriguez, Junior, Klein Collins FFA Turkey Project. First year showing turkeys. Wants to thank God for help guiding him through this journey. Would also like to thank Mom, Dad, the Hill family, Miss Powell, and all the support with this project. Plans to put the money earned today towards future projects. Wants to thank all the buyers and bidders here. All right, you tell me what you want to do on a turkey. What do you want to do, sir? 500? Money's on a 500. You bet in. Bob's Woodworking's in at 5 now, 750. And 750 here. Tonight goes in at 750 now, 1,000. And $750 $1,000 on to 1,000 where? Who you got at 1,000? Campus Kids in at 1,000 now, 1,250, and 1,000 up front. Got to be $1,250 down a bid to buy, and 1,000 now, 1,250. Tonight goes in at 1,250 now, 1,500, and 1,250 now, 1,500. A little bit of 15 would have been 1,500. I got 1,000 and a quarter now. Half would have been a little bit of 15 would have been 1,500, and 1,250 here and a 15 on. A little bit of $1,500 bid to buy, and 1,250 now, 1,500 on. A little bit of 15 would have been 1,500, and 1,250 now, 1,500. Got to go. Let's call here. A little bit of 15 and 1,500. 1,500 now, 1,750. I got 1,500 at Campus Kids. Got to be 1,750 to buy, and 1,500 now, 1,750's on. A little bit of 1,750, and 1,500 to 1,750 here. A little bit of 1,750. Where? A little bit of 1,750. I got 1,500 now. Last call, $1,750. Sold it to you. It's $1,500 at Campus Kids. Picture please. Picture please. All right, got Callie Reed, Junior, Klein Collins High School, coming in with her market lamb. Showing lambs is one of her favorite things to do and taught her a lot of responsibility and patience. Plans to use that patience and responsibility the rest of her life. The money from this project's going to go towards helping purchase future livestock projects. Couldn't have done it without Jesus Christ guiding her through the way. Wants to thank her family and teachers for their constant support and everyone else that continues to support her. All right, got $1,000 up front. You want to do 1,500? And Barnyard Buddies in at 1,500. And I got money's on a 15, would have been $2,000. And 1,500 to 2 would have been $2,000 where? Campus kids in a 2,000, now 2,500. I got 2,000 and 2,500 on to about a little bit of 500, bit of 2,500. And 2,000 now 2,500 on to about a little bit of 500, bit of 2,500. And 2,000 now 2,500 on to about a little bit of 500, bit of $2,500 where. And 2,000 and $2,500 on to about a little bit of 500, bit of 2,500. When 2,500 on to about a little bit of 5. I got 2,000, you got to be 25. And 2,000 and 2,500 on to about 22.50 one time. And 2,000 and a quarter, 22.50 one time, gotta go. Got 2,000, gotta be 22.50. And 2,000 now 22.50's on to about a little bit of 2,250. And 2,000 now quarter to about a little bit and 22.50's on to about a little bit and quarter. And 2,000 now 22.50. Last call, gotta go down about a little bit of 22.50. 22.50. Sold it for $2,000. Campus Kids is the buyer for $2,000. All right, Trevor Shaw coming back in the ring. Senior, Klein Kane with a swine project. Wants to thank Mom, Dad, grandparents, and Josh Slott for all the support. Going to use the money to help pay for Texas A&M University in the fall. All right, what do you want to do here? Hey, would have been a little bit $1,000. I got money's on 1,000 up front. You bet now 1,000 would have been 1,500. And Barnyard Buddies in at 15 would have been 2,021. Who is that? Moore's family's in at 2,000, now 2,500. And 2,500. Campus Kids at 2,500. We're going to do 3,000. MMIA's in at 3,000, now 3,500. And 3,000, now 3,500. On to about a little bit of 500, bit of 3,500. Campus Kids at 35, got to be 4,000. I got 3,500 to fold with a bit of 4 grand. On to about a little bit of phone with a bit of $4,000 bid. And 3,500 to fold with a bit of 4 here. To about a little bit of $4,000. And 3,500 to fold with a bit of $4,000 here. To about a little bit of fold with a bit of 4,000. And $4,000 on to about a little bit and fold with a bit of $4,000. And 3,500 with a bit of $4,000 here. To about a little bit of 4. You bet MMIA's in at 4, now 45. I got 4,000, now 4,500 on to about a little bit and 5 with a bit of 4,500. And 4,000, now 4,500 here to the 5 with a bit of 4,500. And $4,500 one time here to about a little bit and 5 with a bit of 4,500. And 4,000, now 45 with a bit of 4,500 on a bit of buy. And 45. Sold it. You're waiting $4,000. MMIA is the buyer. All right, coming in, we got Shetland Sanders, sophomore, Klein FFA, with his market goat. Her market goat, excuse me. All right, wants to thank everyone who supported her throughout her FFA show season. This project would not have been possible without the encouragement and generosity. Money raised going to help go towards future education, continue her project next year. Truly grateful to be up here. All right, tell me what you want to do here. Market go $1,000. $1,000 to buy. Barnyard Buddies in at 1,000, now 15. And money's on 1,000, now 1,500. On to a little bit $1,500 bid to buy. And you got $1,000 on to a little bit of 15, would have been 1,500. And 1,000 here, now 1,500 on to about a little bit of 15, would have been 1,500. And 1,000 now 1,500 on to about a little bit of 15, would have been $1,500 bid to buy. What about 1,250 one time? 1,000 and a quarter. Got money's on to 1,000, got to be 1,250 to buy. And $1,250 on to about a little bit in 1,250 and 1,000 now quarter to a little bit in 1,250s here to about a little bit in 1,250 and 1,000 now 250s on to about a little bit and quarter to a little bit in 1,250. Sold it. You're weighing $1,000. Barnyard Buddy is the buyer. Barnyard Buddy is the buyer. Audrey Osterman Jr., Klein Oak, swine project. She's got a hog for Rodeo Austin as well. Any money made today is going to be used to help with future projects and save for college. Wants to thank her parents and ag teachers for all of their support. All right, you tell me what you want to do here in $1,000 bid to buy. All right, Bob's Woodworking's in at 1,000, now 15. And money's on 1,000. TNG's in at 1,500, now 2. And 1,502 would have been $2,000 where? I got 1,502 would have been $2,000 bid to buy. And 1,502 would have been $2,000 on to about a little bit of 2 would have been 2,000. I got 1,502 would have been 2,000. And 8, is that 8? AVW's in a 2,000, now 2,500. And 2,000 and 2,500's on to a little bit of 2,500. And 2,000, 2,500's on to a little bit of 2,500 here. And 2,000 and 2,500 here. And a bit of 525. TNG's in 25 to 3,000. And 2,500 to $3,000 player. A little bit of 3, would have been $3 grand. And $2,500 down 3,000. AVW and 3,000 now 35. And 3,500's on to a little bit of 3,500. And 3,000 and 3,500's here. A little bit of 500. 3,500 and 3,000 and 3,500. TNG's are 35 to 4,000 and 35 to $4,000 on to about a little bit of $4 grand and 3,500 and $4,000 on to about a little bit of $4,000 where and 3,500 and $4,000 a little bit of $4,000 bit of buy and 4,000. Sold it to you $3,500. TNG. TNG is the buyer. Picture, please. Oh, we got another pin of Friar Rabbits coming in. Lot 53. Lux Crow, sophomore, Klein FFA. Like to thank her parents for putting up with all the animal shenanigans, even though they aren't necessarily animal people. With the money she plans to invest in the future projects, including another pin of Friar Rabbits and hopefully a pig, wants to thank everyone else who's helped put this all together. All right, what are you going to do here on a pin of Friar Rabbits? You tell me. $500 where? And $500 bit of $500 and $500 one time here. A little bit of $500 and $500 bit of $500. You get all three of them. Remember, they might have some more they'll throw in too. And $500 on a little bit of $500 and $500 here. A little bit of $500. You bet. Money's on a 5. 189 Club and Frank Barnett in at $500 now, $600. Hey, money's on a 500 bit of 600. Where about a little bit in, say, a little bit down 600. And I got 500 now, 600 down a bit of 500 bit of 600 here. About a little bit in 6 and 5, 600. Where about a little bit in, say, a little bit of 600. You bet. Klein FFA alumni is in at 6 now 7 and 600 now 700. Where about a little bit $700 bit to buy. I got 600. I got to be $700 out. A little bit in $7 here. A little bit in 700 and 600. $700 is going to be. Premium air is going to be $700 now, Wade. And $708 here. A little bit in $800 where? I got $700 down. A little bit in $800 and $800's all. About a little bit in $800. You bet. Klein FFA alumni now 9. 8 and $900's all. About a little bit in $900. And 8 and $900's here. About a little bit in $900. 8 and $900's all. About a little bit on last call. Got to go 900. 8 and $900 here. About a little bit in $900. I have sold it to you $800. Gonna go to Klein FFA alumni. Thank you and picture, please. All right, coming to the ring, lot 54. Julianne Watson, senior, Klein Collins with the Swine Project. All right, you tell me what you want to do here. A little bit, $1,000. Bob's Woodworking's in at 1,000. Would it be 1,500? I got 1,000. Going to be 1,500. 1,500. Barnyard Buddies in at 15 now 2 and 1,500 and $2,000 all. Bob's Woodworking back into 2 and 2,500 and 2,000 and 2,500 on. A little bit of 500, 2,500 and 2,000 and 2,500 here. A little bit of 500, 2,500 and 2,000 and 2,500 on. A little bit of 500, 25. I got 2,000 in at 2,500 on. A little bit of 500, 2,500. Who you got at 25? Spending money on kids and education's in at 2,000 now 25 or 25. Got to be 3,000. I got him in at 25. Got to be 3,000 and 2,500 here. $3 would have been 3,000. Where I got 2,500 here and $3 would have been $3,000 on him and 2,500 and $3 would have been $3,000 on. $3 would have been 3,000 and 2,500 and $3 one time here. $3 would have been $3,000 and 25 and $3,000. Got to go. Let's call it here. $3 would have been 3,000. 3,000. I have. Told it to you. You want in? You want in at 3? Campus Kids in at 3,000. Got to be 3,500. 3,500. You got 3,000 up front and 35. And 3,500's on about a little bit of 5 would have been 3,500. And 3,000 up front. Going to be 35. Would have been 5 would have been 35. And 3,500's on about a little bit of 5 would have been 3,500. 3,500. Now I have sold it to you. $3,000 up front. Campus Kids is the buyer. All right, coming in, Lot 55. Natalie Lopez, Klein Forest sophomore. Like to thank her family for helping her out with the projects. Wouldn't have been able to succeed without them. With the money, plans to save it for next year's projects. Plans to be a veterinarian. All right, what do you want to do here? A little bit of $500 on a brawler here. A little bit of $500 where? And $500 here. A little bit of $500 on the bid to buy. And $500. Frank Barnett, 189 clubs in at 500 now 6. And money's on a 5 with a bit of $600 where? And 5 now 600 here. A little bit of 600, you bet. That's going to be AVW's in at 6, now 7. And 6 now 700's on. A little bit of 700. Poke Construction's in at 7, now 8. And 7 now $800 on. A little bit of $800. AVW's in at 8 and 9. 8 and $900 on. A little bit of 9. Would have been 900. 8 now 900's on. A little bit of 9. I get 800 over here. Going to be $900 bid to buy. And 900's on. A little bit of 9 one time here. 900 to bet. Poke Construction now $1,000 you bet. AVW's in at 1,000 now 1,100. And 1,000 now 1,100 here. A little bit of $1,100 bid to buy. I got 1,000 now 1,100 here. A little bit of 1,100 and $1,100 bid to buy down here. A little bit of 1,100's all. I got 1,000 now 1,100 here. A little bit of 1,100 you bet. Poke Construction 1,200. AVW now 13. I got 12. It got to be 1,300. I got 12 over here. Going to be $1,300 bid to buy. And 12 to 1,300's all. A little bit of 13 would have been 1,300. And 12, 1,300 here. A little bit of 13 would have been 1,300. I got 12. We're going to be 1,300. Let's call. And $1,300 where? A little bit of 13 would have been $1,300 to buy. Now I have sold it to you $1,200. Buyer number 22 AVW Group. Thank you. And picture, please. Is it Ogwin? Is that correct? Eric. Is it Eric Olgan coming in, senior Klein Forest with his turkey project, wants to thank his family, advisors, friends, and fitters. Wants to most of all give thanks to the Lord for giving him a beautiful opportunity. All glory to God. All right, with the turkey project, what do you want to do here? $500 where? And $500 bid to buy. And money's on at 5. You bet. Barnett in 189 clubs in at 5 now 600 and 600. That's going to be Stockinger Lawn. It's going to be 600 now 7 and 600 and $700 on. A little bit of $700 bid to buy. I got 600 where? A little bit. I got to be 700 and 600 here now 700. It's going to be Poke Construction in at 7 now 8 and 7 now $800 on. And Stockinger Lawn's going to be 8 now 9. 8 and $900 on. A little bit and 9. Would have got to be 900. I got 800. Going to be 900. Poke Construction's in at 9. Going to be 1,000. I got 9. Would have been a little bit of $1,000 where? I got a 9, got a bit of $1,000 here, a little bit, and 1 would have been 1,000, and 9, a little bit, 900 now, $1,000 on, a little bit, and $1,000 on, and $1,000, buyer 41. TN Livestock is going to be at 1,000 now, 1,100, and 1,000 now, 1,100 here, a little bit, 1,100 on, a little bit, 1,100 where? 1,100. Poke Construction is going to be 1,200. I got 11, I got to be 12, would have been 1,200 on, a little bit, and 12 would have been 1,200. I got 1,100 and 12 would have been 1,200 down a bit of buying, 12 would have been $1,200. I got 1,100 here, and 12 would have been 1,200 on, a little bit, 12 would have been 1,200, 1,200. Now I have sold it to you $1,100. Going to go to Poke Construction, buyer 103. Thank you, sir. Picture, please. Is it Mathern? Is that correct? Mathern? All right, coming in. Hayden Mathern, Klein Collins sophomore with a swine project. All funds from the project are going to go towards future projects. I'd like to go to Texas A&M to be a vet or a livestock judge. I'd like to thank all her friends and family. I'd also like to thank Savannah Smith and her nonprofit organization, Fat Boy Ranch. All right, what do you want to do here? Money's on at 1,000 up front. Danny Reeves going to be 1,500 and 1,500. Barnyard's Buddies at 2,000 and 2,000 over there. 157. Ray Blackburn Auto Service at 2,000 down 2,500. I got 2,000 down 2,500. On to the 5 would have been 2,500 and 2,000 there and 2,500 here. A little bit of the 5 would have been 2,500 and 2,000 down 2,500 on to a little bit of the 5 would have been 25 and 2,000 down 2,500 on to a little bit of the 5 would have been 25. 2,500 in the back. Is that spending money on kids and education? 25 to 3,000. 3,000, and 2,500 and 3,000, and 3,000 is going to be Ray Blackburn Automotive, and 3,000 and 35. And got to be 3,500. You got a minute 3,500 on a little bit of 3,500, bit of 3,500, and 3,000 now 3,500 on a little bit of 500, 3,500 where, and 3,000 now 3,500 on a little bit of 500, bit of 35, and 3,500 all. Well, I call. Got to go to a little bit of 500, bit of 3,500. You got a minute 3,000. Got to be 3,500, bit of 500, $3,500. Last call would have been 35. Sold it to you, $3,000. Going to go to buyer 157. Ray Blackburn Automotive. Thank you, sir. All right, coming in, lot 58, Rodrigo Archiga, Klein Collins, FFA with his market goat. Wants to thank God, his family, and his ag teachers for their constant support and guidance. Wouldn't be here without him. Wants to give a special thanks to the LaGrotte family, Troutwine family, and Heaton Feed for their generous support. All earnings are going to go help towards his senior year's projects. All right, here a little money's on at 500 now, 1,000. I got 500 up 1,000. Barnyard Buddies now 15, and you got 1,000 now, $1,500 on a little bit 15 would have been 1,500, and 1,500 to Natco now 2,000. I got 1,500 to 2 would have been $2,000 where, and $2,000 on a little bit of 2 would have been 2,000, and 1,500 to 2 would have been $2,000 on a little bit of $2,000 bit of buy. I got 1,500 up front, going to be $2,000 all, and 1,500 to 2,000 here to a little bit of 2 would have been $2,000, and 1,500 to $2,000. About a little bit of 2 would have been $2,000, and 1,500 to 2 would have been $2,000. On about a little bit of 2 would have been 2,000. 1,750 one time. I got him at 1,500 now, 1,750, and 1,750 is on about a little bit of 1,750, and 1,750 is going to be Nava Hot Shot 1750 now on 2000, and so tonight goes into 2000 now 2250. I got 2000 now 2250s on a little bit of 2250, and 2000 now quarter a little bit of 2250s haul, and 2000 now 2250 here a little bit of quarter a little bit of 250, and 2,250 down a bit of buys on a little bit of quarter of 2250. I got 2,000 2250 last call. Got to go here a little bit of 2250. Sold it your weight in $2,000. 10, that goes the buyer 49. Cifuentes, is that correct? Cifuentes? All right, coming in, Klein Forest, Alejandro Cifuentes Jr., Swine Project. Wants to thank his fitter and parents for helping him out, and God for giving him such a great opportunity. Money from the hog will be used to help pay for future animals his senior year. All right, what do you want to do here? About $1,000. You bet, Barnyard Buddies at 1,000. You want to be 1,500. You want to do 1,500. Bob's Worker Wickens in 1,500 and 2,000. Williams Foundation is going to be 2,000. I got 2,000 up front. You're going to be 2,500. You bet. Spending money on kids and education at 25 to 3,000. And got to be $3,000 bid to buy. And 3,000 up front. Williams Foundation at 3,035. I got 3,035 on a little bit of 500, 3,500, and 3,000 up front, 3,500 on a little bit of 500, 35, and 3,035 on a little bit of 500, 3,500, and 3,035 on a little bit of 500, 3,500, and 3,035. Got to go here to a little bit of 500, 35, 3,250 one time. I got 3,000 up front now, quarter on a little bit of 3,250, and $3,250 on one time, going to a little bit of 3,000 and a quarter, and 3,000 now 3,250 here, about a little bit of 3,250, 3,250. Sold it for $3,000. Williams Foundation is the buyer. Williams Foundation, the buyer. Picture, please. All right. Isabella Larios, Klein Oak, Floral Design Project, sophomore. Would like to use the money she earns through this to help save up for college, go to University of Houston, plans to study nursing and take the medical path after high school. Floral Design Project, y'all tell me what you want to do here. A little bit of $500, and $500 bit of buy, 500 bit of 500, a little bit of 500 bit of 500, and 500 here, the 500 bit of $500 one time, down a little bit of 5, and 500. What about 250? You want to do 5? 500, you bet. Poe Construction's in at 500, now 6. And 500, now 600, all down a little bit, and sing, a little bit down 600. And 5, now 600, all money's on, folks. Here, got a little bit, and sing, a little bit of 600 where? I got 500, all gotta be $600, a bit of my 500, bit of 600. And 500 here, now $600, all down about a little bit, and sing, a little bit down 600. And 5, now $600, all down about a little bit, and sing, a little bit down 600. And 5, 600 here, down about a little bit, gotta go 550 one time. I ain't got 500, now a little bit of 550. 550, gotta go, last call. Sold it your way, $500. Gonna be Pogue Construction. Pogue Construction, picture please. Coming in with our market steer, Ruby Lopez, Senior, Klein Forest FFA. Wants to give a big thank you to Mom and Dad, her friends and advisor for standing by and helping raise the steer. Project's taught her a lot. Money earned is going to be helped used to pay for education at Texas A&M University, pursue a career in veterinary medicine. Grateful for everyone that supported her, and thanks God for the amazing opportunity and blessing to be here. All right, but he's on a 2,500. Chip Calligary's in at 25 to 3,000. Anybody 3,000? Bob's working 3 to 35. I got 3,000 now 3,500 to 500. But 3,500 is going to be Texas Container to 35 to 4,000. I got 35, 4,000. 36. Coastwide Marine Service is in 4,000 now 45. And 45. Bob's working woodworking 45. Got to be 5,000. You want to do it? 5,000. Nava Hot Shots in at 5,000. 55. AVW is in at 55. Now 6,000. Got to be 6,000. 19. Matthews family's in at 6,000. Now 6,500. And 6,500. 65, 7,000, now 7,500. And 75, 75, now 8,000, going to be 85. And 8,500 is on to 8,500, you bet, going to be Nava Hot Shot, 85 to 9,000. 9,500, you bet. You got to be 95, going to be 9,000, and 95 would have been 9,500. I got to be at 9,000, going to be 95, would have been 9,500. Got to be at 95, going to be. We have Matthews family's in at 95, is that right? 9,500, you bet. 95 to 10,000. I got to be 10,000 out of bid to buy. And 9,500 at 10 would have been $10,000 where? And 9,500 at 10 would have been $10,000. How many here? A little bit at 10 would have been 10,000. I got 9,500 at 10,000. Campus kids in at 10. Now 10,500. And 10 and a half. And you're done about 10,500. All did about a little bit of 5 would have been 10,500. And 10,500. All did about a little bit of 5 would have been 10,500. I got 10,000 now. Have did about a little bit of 5. Matthews family's in at 10,500, got to be 11,000. And got to be 11,000. So did about 11,000 here, and a little one time here, did about $11,000 where? I got a 10,500 now, $11,000 all one time here, did about a little bit 11,000. 11,000, you got to go. Let's go. Got 10,500 now, $11,000 on him here, did about a little bit 11,000. 11,000, sold him your way. $10,500. Matthews family buyer 19. Picture please. All right, Gavin Johnston coming in, Klein Collins with some Friar Rabbits. Wants to thank the FFA in general for giving him a great chance to build confidence, responsibility, and leadership. Gavin's plans to attend college and pursue a degree in agriculture, continuing the path that he started here in FFA. Auction money here is going to be used to support his college education and future goals in ag. Wants to thank the bidders and buyers as well. All right, what do you want to do on these Friar Rabbits? You tell me now. $500 where? And $500 bid to buy, $500 bid to 500. And $500 here, a little bit of $500. And money's on a 500. PM Utilities at 5, now 600. And money's on a 5, would have been $600. Haunted about a little bit of same would have been down 600. And 5, now $600 here. Did about a little bit of same would have been down $600. And 5, now 600 here. Did about a little bit of same would have been down $600 bid to buy. I got $500. Haunted about a little bit of same would have been down 600. And 500, 600 is going to be Stockinger Family Soap Supply, now 7. And 600 now 7 here. Did about a little bit of $700 where? I got 600 now 7. Haunted about a little bit of 700. And 600 here now 7 tall, a little bit, $700 here, and 600 down 700, a little bit of 700, and 600 down 7 tall, gotta go here, a little bit of 700. What about 650? One time, I got 600 now, half, a little bit of 650, and 650, gotta go here, done the last call, a little bit of $650. Now I have sold it to you, $600, stock at your family show supply. Thank you, and picture please. All right, lot 63, Kennedy Griffin, senior, Klein FFA. Going to be attending Angelo State University in the fall. Animal science and livestock nutrition is going to be the major focus of study. Wants to thank her mom for helping her out, getting the hogs fed right, and getting her to this point. All right, what are you going to do here? Done about a little bit of $1,000 on it. And $1,000, not a bit of now. Home, a bit of $1,000 here. Barnyard buddies into $1,000, $1,500. You want to do $1,500 in the back? You bet. Now, spending money on kids and education is $15 now too. And $1,500 and $2,000 on. Done about a little bit of $2, a little bit of $2,000. I got $1,500 in the back now too. A little bit of $2,000. Coastwide Marines into 2. You want to be $2,500? 25 ABM, you 25, you bet. Now 3,000, you got to be 3,000 in the back. I got 25 over here, you got to be 3,000. You want to do it? I got 20 for 3,000, you bet. Spending money on kids and education, 3,000, now 35. And 3,500 on it, a little bit of 500, 3,500. And 3,000, now 3,500 on it, a little bit of 500, 35. And 2,500, 3,500, 3,500 on it, a little bit of 500, 3,500. I got 3,000, now I'm half, a little bit of 500, 3,500. And 3,500. I have sold it to you, $3,000. Spending money on kids and education is the buyer. 155 picture, please. All right. Lot 64, Lyndon McKay, senior, Klein FFA. In the National Honor Society, plans to graduate in the top 8%. He's got accepted to a bunch of colleges. Top choice is A&M. Going to try to major in accounting. Money from this project's going to help go support his education. All right, what are you going to do on a pen of broilers right here? Now, what would it be? 500. You bet. Money's on at 500. That's going to be 189, and Frank Barnett's in at 5 now, 750. And money's on at 5 now, 750. He's holding up at 750. He's going to be Klein FFA alumni, 750 now, 1,000. And 750 here now, $1,000. Holding up a little bit in one. And 750 now, $1,000 here. Did about a little bit in one. Would have been $1,000 haul. And 750 now, 1,000 here. Did about a little bit in one. Would have been $1,000 haul. I got 750 now, $1,000 here. Did about a little bit one time. And I got 750 now, $1,000 here. Did about a little bit in one. Would have been $1,000. What about 850 one time? I got in 750. Got to be $850 to buy. And 750 here. Now 850's hauled it up at 8.5 here. Did about a little bit at 850. 851 call. Got to go here. Did about a little bit at 850. 850 sold it your way. $750. Klein FFA alumni is the buyer. Picture, please. All right, Hayden Lemon back in the ring. Klein Kane with a turkey. Sophomore, ladies and gentlemen. Wants to thank God, his family, and Dr. Frank for all the help for his poultry projects. Wants to get a heifer and upgrade his poultry barn. All right, here, you tell me what you want to do. Is a little bit of $500 on the turkey project. You tell me. And $500 bid to buy. And money's on at 500. Who you got? Mid-Tex is in at 500 now, 750. And money's on at 5 now, 750. 750. PM utility, 750 now, 1,000. And $7,000. Mid-Tex going to be 1,000 now, 1,250. And 1,000 now, $1,250. Hauled it up at a little bit of 1,000 and a quarter. I got $1,000 bid to buy here. Done a bit of 1,000, 1,250. I got 1,000 now, quarter, a little bit of $250. Where? 1,250. You bet. Who is that? Buyer 85. 85. Bo York's going to be there at 1,250, going to be 1,500. And 1,500's all done about a little bit of 15, would have been $1,500 where. I got 1,250, going to be $1,500 bit to buy, now 15, would have been $1,500 mid-tex, now 1,750. And 1,750's hauled at about a little bit of 17 and a half. And 1,500 now, 1,750's hauled at about a little bit of 1,750. And 1,500 now, 1,750 here, did about a little bit of $1,750. And 1,500 now, 1,750 last call, got to go here, did about a little bit of 1,750. And 1,750, now I have sold it to you. $1,500. Going to go to Mid-Tex. Mid-Tex is the buyer. Picture, please. All right, coming to the ring, we got senior Coven Carroll Klein Kane with a swine project. A lifelong dream to become a pilot for the Navy and then become a commercial pilot. Anything that would help pay for that or help pay for college classes is much what he's asking for. Parents drove him every day and his older sister and brother-in-law until he got his car to help take care of his swine project. Forever grateful for this wonderful opportunity in life. Broke his foot and had that challenge as well. Glad to be up here and wants to thank everybody for it. All right, you tell me, senior there at Klein Kane's, $1,000. Barnyard Buddies in 1,000 now, 15. And money's on 1,000 now, $1,500. And 1,000 now, 1,500. 84 is in at 1,500. John and Kelly Goebel's in at 15. Got to be 2,000. You want to do it here? 2,000. You got Coastwise is going to be in at 2,000 now, 25. And 2,000 and 25. A little bit of 5 would have been 2,500. And 2,000 now, 2,500. On to a little bit of 5 would have been 2,500. And 2,000 now, 2,500. A little bit of 5 would have been 2,500. And 2,000 now, 2,500 here. The 5 would have been 2,500. On to a little bit of 5 would have been 25. And 2,000 now, 2,500 here. The 5 would have been 2,500. And 2,000 now, 2,500. On to a little bit of 5 would have been 25. And 2,500. 2250. One time. I got 2,000. Going to be 2250. And 2,000 now, quarter, a little bit, and 2250. And 2,000 now, $250, $100, a little bit, and one time would have been 2250. 2250. Sold it your way in $2,000. Coastwide Marine Services. Byron 36, picture please. How do you say your name? Jay Lamar? How do you say your last name? Jay Lamar Tavares Olmo. All right, Jay Lamar Tavares Olmo, going to be a junior at Klein Collins High School with her Market Lamb. Wants to express how grateful she is to everyone, including family, friends, Mr. Resendez and Byers, showing up and support her with both her projects. Wouldn't be here without them. Plans to use the money she gains to go towards attending Texas A&M University or a future in animals. Also wants to thank the Lord for keeping her diligent and for giving her the strength and motivation to do her best every day. All right, you'll tell me what you want to do here. About $1,000 in the Barnyard Buddies now, 1,000 now, 15. And money's on 1,000 now, 1,500 all. I got 1,000 now, $1,500 bid by 15 would have been 1,500. 1,000 now, $500, a little bit of 1,500. And money's on 1,000 now, 1,500 here, a little bit of 15, would have been 1,500, 1,000, 15. Petrovich is in at 15 now, 2. And 1,000, 15 now, 2. Would have been $2,000. A little bit of 2. Would have been 2,000. I got 1,500 now, 2. Would have been $2,000. A little bit of 2. Would have been 2,000. And 1,500 and 2. Would have been $2,000. A little bit of 2. Would have been $2,000. And 1,500 and 2,000. A little bit of 2. Would have been 2,000. And 1,500 now, 2. Would have been 2. You gotta go here. A little bit of 2. 1,750. One time. I got 1,500 now, 1,750. And 1,750 where? A little bit of $1,750. $1,750. Barnyard Buddies in $1,750 now, 2. And $1,750 and $2,000. A little bit of 2. Would have been 2,000. And $1,750 and $2,000. A little bit of 2. And $1,750 and 2 and 2,000. And Petrovich is in at 2,000 now, 2,250. And 2,000 now, 2,250. A little bit and 2,250. And 2,000 and a quarter. A little bit and 2,250 haul. And money's on a 2 and 2,250 here. A little bit and 2,250 and 2,250. Sold it your way in $2,000. Buyer 127. Mr. Petrovich, thank you, sir. Picture, please. $2,000. Alyssa Gonzalez coming in, a freshman, Klein Kane with her Market Goat. Like to thank her parents for supporting her and her involvement in FFA and for providing everything she needs to learn and earn a place in the action. Plans to save the proceeds to invest in future projects and work toward her goal of becoming a veterinarian or a surgeon. All right, here. You know you can do specialize in veterinary surgery. All right, here. What do you want to do on the Market Goat? $1,000. Barnyard Buddies in 1,000 now, 15. And 1,000 now, 1,500's in. Buyer 87. Michael's Electric's in at 15 now, 2. And 1,500 to $2,000 on a little bit of 2, would have been 2,000. And 1,500 down 2 would have been $2,000 on a little bit of 2, would have been $2,000. And 1,500 down 2 would have been $2,000 on a little bit of 2, would have been 2,000. And 1,500 down 2 would have been $2,000 where a little bit of 2. And I got 1,500. What about 17? You want 2,000? 2,000, sir? 2,000, you bet. Here, Michael's Electric in a 2, down 25. And 2,000, down 2,500. All under a little bit, and 5 would be 2,500. And 2,000, down 2,500. Here, and 5 would be 2,500 tall. And 2,000, down 2,500. A little bit, and 5 would be 25. And 2,000, down 2,500. Here, a little bit, and 5 would be 2,500. And 2,500. Same way, Michael's Electric, 25 to 3,000. And 2,500 and $3,000 all under about a little bit, and 3 would be $3,000. And 2,500 and $3,000 all under about a little bit, and 3 would be $3,000 where? And 2,500 and $3,000 all under about a little bit, and 3 would be $3,000. Sold at your weight, $2,500. Michael's Electric is the buyer. Michael's Electric is the buyer. Picture, please. Lot 69, Rayleigh Lord from Klein Oak, a junior horticulture project. Plans to use the money for future projects, including hogs, horticulture, and helping with her heifers. I'd like to thank her parents, Mrs. Wonderlick, Lil, and Logie, and all the ag teachers for her help this year. All right, what do you want to do here? What do you got in the basket? Lettuce, a bunch of lettuce right there. You tell me what you want to do here. $500 and $500 bid to buy. $500 where? And $500 bet a little bit of $500. Money's on the 26. Hood's in 500 now 6, and money's on a 5 now 600. All to about a little bit, and saying would have been down 600, and money's on a 5 now 600. All to about a little bit, and saying would have been down 600 down a little bit to buy, and 500 now 600. Where down about a little bit, and then saying would have been down 600, and 5 600. All to about a little bit, and then saying would have been down 600, and 5 now 600 here. What about 550? One time I got 500 now. Had would have been 550, and 500 now had about a little bit of 550. All to about a little 5 and a half 550 where, and 500 now. Would have been 550. Sold at the last call. Gonna go 550. 550. Sold at your Wayne buyer 26. The Hood family is the buyer. If you would, please, picture, please. All right, Preston Wilson, senior, Klein Oak High School, swine project. Wants to be a commercial pilot when he graduates high school. Money from this hog is going to help put him through pilot school. Wants to thank his parents for supporting him in FFA all 4 years. All right, you tell me what you want to do here. Market swine, $1,000. Barnyard Buddies, 1,000 now 15. And money's on 1,000 now, $1,500. All about a little bit of 15, would have been 1,500. And 1,000 now, 1,500. All about a little bit of $1,500 bit of buy. I got $1,000 now, 15. Where about a little bit of 15. 1,500 in the back, 84. John and Kelly Gold was going to be 15, now 2,000, and 1,500 down, two would have been $2,000, all done about a little bit of 2 would have been 2,000 where, and 1,500 down, two, done about a little bit of 2 would have been 2,000, and 1,500 down, 2 would have been $2,000, all done about a little bit of 2 would have been 2,000, and 1,500 down, 2, done about a 2 would have been 2 grand haul, and 1,500 down, $2,000 here, done about a little bit of 2 would have been 2,000. What about 1,750? One time, I got 1,500, got to be 1,750, and got 15, got to be 1,750, all done about a little bit of 1,000. $750 bid to buy. I got 1,500, gotta be 1,750, and last call, gotta go here. Gotta go 1,750 here. Did about a little bit of 1,750, and gotta go last call here. Did about 1,750, 1,750. Barnyard Buddies in. Barnyard Buddies, 1,750 to 2,000, and 1,750 to $2,000 all. Did about a little bit and 2 would have been 2,000s all, and 1,750 to 2 to 2,000 here, and 2 would have been 2,000, and 1,750 to $2,000 all. Did about a little bit and 2 would have been 2 grand, and 1,750 gotta go. Let's call all in, and 1,750 to 2 would have been 2,000, 2,000. Sold it your way. 1,750 to Barnyard Buddies. Barnyard Buddies is the buyer. Thank you, and picture please. All right. Getting the swine unloaded and the cattle back in the ring. Fixing to walk in here, lot 71, Hudson Heckler, sophomore at Klein Oak with a steer project. Had himself a steer, a hog, and turkeys this year, and also showed his heifers and horticulture. Plans on using the money he makes towards next year's projects. Would like to thank his family and ag teachers for all their help and support. Funny thing about these hogs, they never seem to want to come up here, and yet they never want to come back down. If only they knew they're getting a pan of feed back there to take a picture with, they'd probably be a little more apt to go. Like I said, coming in as soon as this one's coming off, Hudson Heckler from Klein Oak, sophomore with the steer project. While we've got a little time, just wanted to remind everybody, bidders and the audience, if you feel like adding on to any kid's project, whether that be through the live sale or through the tent sale, feel free to do that and get in touch with the ag teachers, and they'll be able to allow you to do that as well. All right, in the ring, got a market steer. Money's on at T&G for $5,000. You want to be $6,000, sir. Bob's Woodworking's in at $6,000, now 7. And $6,000, $7,000, 24. What do we got up here? On it Services in at $7,000, now 8. $8,000. I got number 16 right there. Buck Creek Ranch at $8,000. Would it be $9,000? T&G's at 9, now 10, and $9 to $10,000 on. $10,000 where AVW's in at 10, now 11. Would it be $11,000, sir? $11,000. On its service, $11,000, now 12. Would it be $12,000? 12 is going to be Buck Creek Ranch at $12,000. 13 would it be $13,000, now 14. And AVW's in at 13, $14,000. And T&G's at 14, now 15. And $15,000 there. And on its service is now 16. And 15, $16,000. AVW's in at 16, now 17. And 16, $17,000 on about a little bit of 17,000. It's going to be Buck Creek Ranch at 17, now 18,000. And 17, now $18,000. 18,000, Caligari family at 18,000, now 19, 18 to 19,000 on his services, now 20, and 19, 20,000 is going to be Buck Creek Ranch, now 21, and 20 now 1, a little bit of 21,000. I got 20,000 now 1, a little bit of 1 would be the 21 grand, and 20,000 now 1, a little bit of 1 would be 21,000, and 20,000 now 1, a little bit of 1 would be 21, and 21,000 sold at your weighing $20,000. Buyer number 16. Picture, please. All right, coming in, 72, Audrey Vickers, Klein Collins, freshman, Friar Rabbits. Wants to thank her dad and mom for helping her with these rabbits this year. Wouldn't have been able to do it without them. Plans to use the money made from the rabbits to help update stuff for rabbits for next year. Put the rest of the money in a savings account. All right, what do you want to do here? A little bit of $500 bid to buy, and $500 where, and $500 bid on all three of them. Remember, $500 on a pin of Friar Rabbits here. A little bit in 5, and $500 on a little bit in 5. We'll do it to 500. 500. Jason Petrovich in at 5, and now 6, and 5 now $600 on a little bit and sing would have been 600, and 5 now $600 on a little bit and sing would have been 600 where, and 5 $600 on a little bit and sing would have been 600. What about 550 one time? And got 500 now, had a little bit and 550, and 500 now 50's on a little bit and 550 here, and 500 now $50 on a little bit of 550, 550, and I have sold it to you $500. Buyer 127. Jason Petrovich, thank you, sir. All right, coming in, we've got Ava Perez, Klein Collins Sr. with the Swine Project. Wants to thank everyone that's believed in her, especially her parents and all the time and money they've helped put into her experiences for pigs. Wants to use this money to help save for college, hopefully attend Blinn College. All right, I got $1,000, Danny Reeves now, $1,500 Barnyard Buddies now 2. I did $2,000, Bob's Woodworking at 2, now 25. I got $2,000 now, $2,500, $100, a bit of the 5, a bit of $2,500, and $2,000 now, $2,500 here to 5, a bit of $25. I got $2,000 now, $2,500, $100, a little bit of 5, a bit $25, and $2,000 now, $2,500 here to 5, a bit $2,500, and $2,000 now, $2,500, $100, a little bit of 5, a bit $2,500, and $2,000 here now, $2,500, $100, a bit 5, a bit $25. And 2,000 now 25. What about 2250? One time. I got 2,000 now 2250s on a little bit and 2250 and 2,000 and a quarter a little bit and 2250s on a little bit and 2250 and 2,000 now 2250 here a little bit and 2250 and 2250. Now I have sold it to you $2,000. You're gonna go to Bob's Woodworking. Thank you, sir. Picture, please. Picture, please. All right, fixing to come in. Klein Kane freshman, Lena Light. Lot 74 with a broiler project. Wants to thank her parents for always helping her out and for building a shed to help take care of birds when she's at school. Wants to thank Caden for all the help and advice she gave during the project. All right, what do you want to do here on a pen of broilers? $500 and $500 bid to buy and $500 here. $500 in the back. Poe Construction now 6 and money's on a 5 now 600. $100 a little bit and say what bit and 600 and 600 here. $600 bid to buy 600. Coastwise is going to be in at 600 now 7 and 600 now 7's here. A little bit and 700. 700 Poe Construction now 8 and 7 now 8. A little bit and 800. A little bit 800. I got 7 now 800 here. A little bit and 800 and 7 now 800. Only bit to buy 8. A little bit and 800 and last call gotta go. Got 7 now 8. A little bit and 800 and I have. Sold it to you, $700 to Pogue Construction. Thank you, sir. And picture, please. Hudson Heckler, Klein Oak sophomore, wants to use his money to help with next year's projects. Wants to thank his ag teacher, all of his ag teachers, and for the support. You got $1,000 at 24. On it services at 1,000 now too. And $2,000. I got 2,000 there. Vosselin 2,000. Or you want to be 3? You want to be 3,000? I got him at 2,000. You get it too, sir? 2,000 here. 25. Would have been 2,500. And 2,500. You bet 24. Audit services 25 to 3,000. 3,000, got 3,000 there. Buck Creek ran to 3,000, now 3,500. And 3,000 to 3,500 on to 35, got 3,500. Audit services now 4. And 3,500 to 4 with $4,000 on, got 4,000 at Buck Creek Ranch, now 45. And 4,500 on to 4,000 to 4,500. You bet. Audit services 45 to 5,000. And 5,000, you get Buck Creek Ranch to 5,000, now 5,500. A little bit of 5 to 5,500. And 5,500 on to a little bit and 5 to 5,500. And 5,500 on to a little bit and 5 to 5,500's where I got 5,000 now 5,500 on to a little bit and 5 to 5,500 and 5,500. Now I have sold it to you $5,000. Jeffrey Buck Creek Ranch is the buyer number 16. Got Jocelyn Hoffart, senior, Klein Kane. Jocelyn Hoffert, Klein Kane Sr. Blessed to have had this opportunity to raise goats over the past 3 years at Klein ISD show and other majors across the state. Has grown a passion for the show market goat industry and has enjoyed every weekend at spending them at jackpots and late nights in the barn. Knowing that blood, sweat, and tears is put into every single project has made it enough. Incredibly grateful that I made the auction senior year. After high school, wants to attend college and pursue a degree in an agricultural field, and the money here is going to help her do that. All right, what do you want to do here? $1,000 here, and Barnyard Buddies in 1,000. Barnyard Buddies in 1,000, now 1,500. MMIA's in 15, now 2,000. I got 1,500 to 2, would have been 2,000, number 78. Design Security Controls into 2,000, now 2,500. And 2,000, now 2,500. On to the better, and 5 would have been 2,500. I got 2,000, now 2,500. On to the better, and 5 would have been 2,500. And 2,000, now 2,500. On to the better, and 5 would have been 25. And 2,000, now 2,500. Here to the 5 would have been 2,500. And 2,000, now 25. And 5 would have been 25. And 2,500, 2,250 one time. And 2,000, a quarter to the better, and 2,250. And 2,000, now 250. On to the better, MMIA's into 2,250. Now 500 and 2,500, you bet. Design, you 25, now 750, and 25 now 750's on to the better 750's here, and 2,500 now 750 down a bit about 5 would have been 2,750, and 2,500 now 750's on to the better 750's where, and gotta go 2,500 and 2,750, and 2,750, and I sold it. You're waiting $2,500. Design Security Controls. Thank you, sir. Picture, please. All right, coming in, lot 77, Lillian Rosas, Con Collins, sophomore. Wants to thank her parents, ag teachers, and friends, and God for supporting her through her project. Got to use some money to help pay for Texas A&M. Got a market lamb. You tell me, what you want to do here? $1,000 where? And Barnyard Buddies in 1,000. You going to be 1,500? You want to be 1,500? Williams Foundation, do y'all want to be 15? I got Barnyard Buddies at 1,000. Y'all want to be 1,500? 1,500, you bet. 15, now 2,000. I got 1,500 and 2, would have been $2,000 where? And 1,500 and $2,000 on to the better, a little bit into, would have been 2,000. And 1,500 down 2, would have been a little bit into, would have been $2,000 on to the better, a little bit into, would have been $2,000. And 1,500 and $2,000 here to the better, a little bit into. And 1,500 up front and $2,000 on to the better, a little bit into, would have been 2,000. And 1,500 and 2 would have been a little bit into, would have been 2,000. 1,750 one time. I got 1,500, got to be 1,750. And 1,500 now 1,750's on to the better. Barnyard Buddies is 1,750 now 2,000, and 1,750 now 2,000 here, about a little bit into, would have been 2,000. Williams Foundation at 2, now 2,250, and 2,000 now 2,250's on to about a little bit and 2,250. I got 2,000 now 2,250's on to about a little bit and 2,250. Barnyard Buddies is 2,250 now 25, and 2,500's on to about a little bit and 5 would have been 25. And Williams Family Foundation 25 now 1,750 or 2,750, and 2,750's on to about a little bit and 2,750. I got 2,500 now 750's on to about a little bit and 2,750, and 2,500 now 750 song, gotta go, let's go, and 2,750 here, about a little bit, and 2,750, and 2,750, and I have sold it to you for $2,500. Williams Foundation is the buyer. Thank you, and picture please. Thank you. All right, coming in lot 78. Layla Gonzalez, Klein Forest sophomore with a swine project. Like to thank her mom for the constant love and support throughout the journey. Like to thank her older brother, Damon, for always being there. Money earned is going to help be used towards purchasing a major hog or investing in a future project to continue to grow in FFA. Wants to attend college and continue on a veterinary career pathway. Most of all, would like to thank God above for allowing her to do this. All right, what do y'all want to do here? About a little bit of $1,000. Barnyard Buddies in 1,000 now 15, and Williams Family's in 15 now 2,000. And Williams Family's in 15 and $2,000 on about a little bit and 2 would have been $2,000 and $1,500 and $2,000 on about a little bit and 2. I got you in at 15. You want to do 2,000? I got you want to do 2,000? Williams Foundation's in at 2,000 now 25, and 2,000 now 2,500 here, a little bit, and 5 would have been 2,500, and 2,000 now 2,500 on, a little bit, and half would have been 2,500, and 2,000 now 2,500 on, a little bit, and 5 would have been 25, and 2,500 here, to 5 would have been 25, about a little bit, and 5 would have been 25, and 2,500. What about 2,250 one time? I got 2,000 up front, got to be 2,250, and 2,250 one time on, about a little bit, and 2,250, and 2,000 in the quarter, about a little bit, and 2,250 here, about a little bit and 2,250, and 2,000 now $250 on about a little bit and quarter, and 2,250. Let's call. Got to go. 2,250, 2,250. Sold it to you $2,000. Williams Foundation is the buyer. Williams Foundation is the buyer. right. Lot 79, Eric Olgan, Senior, Klein Forest FFA, wants to thank his family, advisors, friends, and his fitters. Most of all, wants to give thanks to the Lord for such an opportunity. All right, what are you going to do here now? $5,000 on a steer. $5,000 bid to buy. $5 bid to 5,000. Money's on a 5,000. PM services here in a 5,000 now 6 and 5 now $6,000 on a little bit and say what a bit of 6,000 and $5,000 now $6,000 on a little bit and say what a bit of $6,000 and 6,000. Number 33. Scott Drilling's in at 6,000, going to be 7. And 6,000 now, 7,000, a little bit, and 7,000 here, a little bit of 7,000. And PM Utilities in at 7, now 8,000. And 7 now 8,000 here, a little bit, at 8, would have been $8,000. And 7,000 now, 8,000, so a little bit, 8, would have been 8,000. 8,000. Campus kids at 8,000. 8,000. You bet. 8,000 now 9. Campus kids at 8,000 now $9,000 here. A little bit and 9. 8,000 now 9,000. So a little bit and 9 would have been 9,000. Campus kids in at 8,000 now 9,000. So a little bit of $9,000 bit to buy. 8,000 now 9 would have been a little bit and 9 would have been $9,000. So a little bit and 9 would have been $9,000. I got 8,000. Going to be 9 to buy here. A little bit and 9 would have been 9,000 where? And 8 and $9,000. So a little bit and 9 would have been 9,000. What about 8,500? One time. I got 8,000 up front. What about 8,500? 8,500 one time. Here, a little bit and have a bit 85 and 8,500. 8,500. And I have sold it to you. $8,000. Campus Kids is the buyer. Campus Kids is the buyer. Is it Mohan? Is that correct? Mohan? All right, lot 80, Emily Mohan, senior, Klein FFA Floral Design. Plans on attending Lone Star to get an associate's degree in sonography, and then wants to use the money to help pay for her schooling after that. Plans to graduate debt-free, and that's her goal. First year doing the floral design contest. All right, what do you want to do here? A little bit of $500. And $500 bit of buy, $500 bit of $500. Where? A little bit of $500 bit of $500. And $500 out. A little bit and $500 bit of $500 here to $500 bit of $500. And $500 one time here to a little bit of $500. What about $250? And $250 on a little bit of $250 where? And money's on a $250. Poe Construction at $250 now. 3 would have been a $300. And $250 and 3 would have been a $300. About a little bit and 3 would have been a $300. $300 you got. PVK is going to be at $300 now half. I got $300 now. $50 on about $350. 189 clubs in a 350 now 4 would have been a 400. I got 350 now 4 about a little bit of $400 bit to buy. And 350 now $400 weight about a little bit and 4 would have been a 400. And 350 now 4 about a little bit and 4 would have been a $400 bit to buy. And 350 now 4 got to go last call about a little bit and 4. He's at 350. I got 400. You bet. Who is that? What's 75? Huckabee's in at 400 now, half a bit at 450. And got 400 now, $50 on about a little bit, and 450. And 400 here and a half, down about a little bit, and 450. So about a little bit, and 450 where? And 400 last call, got to go here, about a little bit, and 450. 450, and I have sold it to you, $400. Gonna go to buyer, 75, Huckabee. You know this one? Swasti. Mia Swasti, Lot 81, Klein Forest Jr. Swine Project. Going to use the money to help pay for future projects after high school. Wants to attend college to study biochemistry, work towards becoming an anesthesiologist. Especially grateful for Uvaldo for helping her feed and guiding her through the entire process, as well as her family for their constant support. All right, you tell me, what do you want to do here? $1,000, but everybody's in 1,000 now, 15. And money's on 1,000 now, $1,500. About a little bit of 15 would have been 1,500. And 1,000 now, 1,500. About a little bit of 15 would have been 1,500 where? And money's on 1,000 now, 1,500 is going to be PM Utilities, is that right? $1,500 now $2,000 on about a little bit into would have been $2,000 and $1,500 now $2,000 where about a little bit into would have been $2,000 and $1,500 now $2,000 on about a little bit into would have been $2,000 and $1,500 now $2,000 here about a little bit into would have been $2,000 and $15 now $2,000 on. What about $1,750 one time and got $1,500 got to be $1,750 to buy and $1,750 on about a little bit of $1,750. I got $1,500 going to be $1,750 here about a little bit in $1,750 where. And $1,500 now $1,750 and $1,750 last call gotta go here about a little bit in $1,750. Now I have sold it to you $1,500. PM Utilities is the buyer. PM Utilities is the buyer. Picture please. Coming in, lot 82, Marissa Ramirez Morales. Klein Kane Jr. wants to take the money she earns here to help her continue in her FFA projects and also help her and continue down her career. She's involved in all sorts of FFA activities. Wants to thank her ag teachers and advisors for helping her all the way down here. Wants to thank her families and friends that have supported her as well. Wants to thank her parents specifically for finally getting them convinced to let her show. All right, you could tell me what we got here. The pen of fryer rabbits. Oh, you tell me, what do you want to do, sir? What do you want to do, sir? 500, you bet. 500, money's on the 500, 500, 189, and Frank Barnett at 500, now 6. And money's on the 500, now 600. And $500 here, now 600 here, about a little bit, and sing, a little bit, and 600. And 500 now 600, about a little bit, and sing, now 600 where? And 5 now 600, about a little bit, and sing, a little bit, and 600. And 500 now $600, about a little bit, and sing, a little bit, and 600 where? What about 550 one time? And money's on the 5 now 550. 550, you bet. Buyer 21. Moore's family's in at 550 now 600 and 550 now $600 on about a little bit and sing a little bit and 600 and 550 now 600 on about a little bit and sing a little bit and 600 and 550 now 600. Got to go last call a little bit and sing a little bit and 600. I have sold it to you $550 to the Morris family. Morris family is the buyer. Thank you, and picture please. Emma Taylor coming in, senior, Klein Kane with the Broilers. Learned hard work and continue even when it's hard. And she's glad to have gotten through and learned so much with this project. Wants to take this money, plan to put it towards college education, to major in poultry science. Wants to go to Texas A&M University and hopefully compete on their poultry judging team. Appreciates everyone's help and support along the way. Doesn't know how she'd do it without them. It's been a fun ride. All right, you tell me. Senior, broiler prospect. $500, 189 clubs in at 5. Money's on now 600 and 5 now $600 here. A little bit and sing a little bit of 600 and money's on at 500 now 6 here. A little bit and 600 a little bit to buy and 500 now 600 on a little bit and sing a little bit and 600 and 5 now 600 where a little bit got 500 now got to be 600. Coach wise going to be 600 now 7 and 600 $700 on its services. Frank Barnett, 189 club. Is that right? 600, now 7. 700. Or 7, they got to be 800, sorry. 7 now 800 here, a little bit and 800. And 7 now 800 on about a little bit, 800. I got 700 now, 800 on about a little bit and 800 here. And 7 now 800 on about a little bit and 800. Got to go here, about a little bit and 800. 800, and I have sold it to you, $700. On its services, 189 club, Frank Barnett. Thank you, and picture please. Coming into the ring now, Angie Gomez. Senior, Klein Forest High School Swine Project. wants to thank her Lord and Savior Jesus Christ for making all things possible. Special thanks to Savannah with Fat Boy Ranch nonprofit group and her ag teacher as well, Mr. Peterson, for supporting her in every step of the way. Could not be here without their support. Plans to attend Texas A&M University to study ag law and further involvement in livestock. All right, you tell me, what do you want to do here? $1,000 where? And $1,000 bid by won't, $1,000 all. And $1,000 on, $1,000 here, $1,000. What about 750 one time? And 750 is on, $750 on a swine project you bet. And 750 here. Poe Construction's in at 750 now, 1,000. And 1,000 here. You want to do 1,000? Pierce family's in it, $1,000 down, $1,250, and $1,000 down, $1,250 is on, a little bit, and $1,250 where? $1,250 is going to be TBK is going to be at $1,250 now, $1,500, and $1,250 now, $1,500 to Poe Construction at 15, Barnyard Buddies at $1,750, $2,000, and going to be $2,000. I took $1,750 up front, going to be $2,000 bid to buy. I got $1,750 up front with Barnyard, but it's going to be $2,000 all, and $1,750 now, $2,000 here, a little bit, and $2,000. PBK is in at 2,000 now, 2250, and 2,000 now, 2250 is on, a little bit, and 2,000 and a quarter, and 2,000 now, 2250 here, a little bit, and 2250, and 2,000 now, 2250 is on, a little bit, and 2250 where, and 2,000 now, quarter, a little bit, and $2,250, and 2,000 now, quarter, a little bit, and 2250, and 2250, and I have sold it to you, $2,000, PBK Architects, $2,000, thank you, sir. All right, lot 85, Jackson Moss back in the ring, Klein Kane Jr. Plans to go to Texas A&M to major in ag business. Would like to thank his family for all of his help throughout the process and all the bidders and buyers as well. All Ryan Turkey, you tell me, what you got? $1,000? $1,000, Moss family to 1,000. You bet 1,000 now, 1,500, and 1,000 now, 1,500. TNG's at 15 now, 2,000, and 2,000. You bet now, 2,500. Moss family's at 2,000, 2,500. TNG now 3,000, and 2,500 and 3 would have been $3,000 on. I got TNG at 25, going to be 3,000, and 2,500 and $3,000 on. A little bit, and 3 would have been 3,000, and 2,500 and 3,000 squared. A little bit, and 3 would have been $3,000, and 3,000 on the Moss family now 3,500, and 3,000 now 3,500 on. A little bit, and 5 would have been 3,500. What about 3,250? That work? I got 3,000 with the Moss family. Going to be 3,250, and 3,000 and a quarter, and 3,250, and 3,000, 3,250. Bet now 35. TNG's at 3,250 now 3,500. On about a little bit, and 5 would have been 3,500, and 3,000 and a quarter to 3,500 here. And 5 would have been 35, and 3,000 and a quarter, and half would have been 3,500. I got 3,250 over here. Going to be 3,500. On about a bit, and 3 would have been 35, and 3,500 all in, all done. Going to be 35. And 35, and I have sold it to you, 3,250. TNG is the buyer. TNG is the buyer. All right, Jordan Egbert, Klein Kane Jr., Market Lamb. Funds raised this year are going to help go directly into supporting future FFA projects, and her dream of attending Texas A&M, wants to be a veterinarian and care for animals along the way of all sizes. She's dedicated to help shape the future of agriculture and help inspire and support fellow FFA students. All right, you tell me what you want to do here on this Market Lamb. $1,000 Barnyard Buddies and 1,000 now, 15. And money's on 1,000 now, $1,500 bid to buy. And I got 1,000 now, $1,500 bid, a little bit at 15 would have been 1,500. And Barnyard Buddies in at 1,000 now, 1,500 squared, a little bit, and 15 would have been 1,500. And 1,000 now, 1,500 on, about a little bit, and 15 would have been 1,500. And 1,000 now, 1,500 squared, about a little bit, and 15 would have been 1,500. And 1,500 on, about a little bit, and 15 would have been 1,500. What about 1,250? One time I got 1,000 now, 1,250, and 1,250's on, about a little bit, and 1,250 where I got 1,000 now, quarter, about a little bit, 1,000, 1,250, and 1,250's on, about a little bit, 1,000, and 1,250 where, about a little bit, and 1,250, $1,100 one time here, about a little bit, 1,100. I got $1,000. 1100. We got a campus kids 1100 down 12 and 11 and 1200 down about a little bit in 12 to 1200. Barnyard buddies in at 12. But we got to be 13. Barnyard buddies in at 1200 down 13 and 1300 here down about a little bit in 13. Would have been 1300. I got 1200. Got to be 13, sir. Got to be 1300 to buy. And Barnyard buddies is in at 12. Got to be 1300. You got to be 1300, sir. Down about a little bit in 13 and down about a little bit in 13. You bad campus kids at 13 now 14 and 13 now 1400 down about a little bit in 14 would have been 1400 down a little bit high and 13 1400 where down about a little bit in 14. You bad Barnyard buddies in at 14 now 15 and 14 now 1500, sir. And 14 now 1500 on down about a little bit at 15 would have been 1500 and 14 1500 on down about a little bit. He says no here down about a little bit at 15 and 14 1500 one time around the house here down about a little bit at 15 1500. Sold it your way for $1,400. Barnyard buddies. Barnyard buddies buys. Coming in the ring now, Klein Forest Jr., Nicole Valadares Garcia. Wants to thank her mom and those that have helped along the way. Second year showing a pig and likes it each time more and more. Plans on using the money for next year's project to continue to do what she loves most. Thankful for the opportunity to be here and everyone else that's here to support her. All right, you tell me what you want to do here on the market. Swan, $1,000. Barnyard buddy, 1,000 now, 15, and 1,000 now, $1,500, and 1,500 going to be Nava Hot Shot at $1,500 and $2,000. About a little bit, and two would have been $2,000. I got $1,500 now, two would have been $2,000 where, and $1,500 now, $2,000 bit about two would have been $2,000, and $1,500 now, $2,000 on about a little bit, and two would have been $2,000, and $1,500 and two would have been $2,000 here, and two would have been a little bit, and two would have been $2,000. What about $1,750? One time got $1,500 now, $1,750, and 17 and a half here. About a little bit of $1,750. Who you got? Jason Petrovich is $1,750 and $2,000, and $1,750 and $2,000 where about a little bit, and two would have been $2,000, and $1,750 and $2,000 here about a little bit, and two would have been $2,000, and 17 Tanako in at $2,000. The X is in at $2,000 now, $2,250, and $2,000 now, $2,250. So about a little bit of $2,250 here, and $2,000 now, quarter to a little bit, and $2,250, and $2,000 now, quarter to a little bit, and $2,250. So, and $2,000 now, quarter $250. Got to go here. In the last count, $2,250 and $2,250. And I have sold it to you, $2,000. The X's buys. The X's buys. All right, lot 88, Julianne Watson back in the ring with a market goat. Hopes to continue learning about animals. A huge thank you to her supporters, parents, for always believing in her throughout the journey. All right, you tell me what you want to do here on a market goat. $1,000 Barnyard buddies at a moment, 1,000. And money's on 1,000 now, 1,500 where? And $1,000 on, and 15 would have been 1,500. And 1,000 here now, 1,500 on, 1,500. And Petrovich in at 15 now, 2,000. And 1,500 and $2,000 on, about a little bit of 2 would have been 2,000. I got 1,500 now, $2,000 where? About a little bit of 2 would have been 2,000. And 1,500 and 2,000, not a bit of buy 2, not about a little bit of 2 would have been 2,000. And 1,500 and 2,000, not about a little bit of 2 would have been 2,000. What about 1750 one time? I got 1,500, got to be 1750, and 1750 here, about a little bit of $1,750 haul, and 1,500 now, 1750 where, about a little bit of 1750, and 1750 last call, got to go here, about a little bit of 1750. Now I have sold it to you, $1,500. Buyer 127, Jason Petrovich is the buyer, and thank you, sir. Jordan Egbert back in the ring. Market Swine Jr. Klein Kane plans to use her auction proceeds to help fund upcoming senior year projects and finish out her FFA year. Aspires to attend Texas A&M University to try and be a veterinarian. All right, back in the ring. You tell me what you want to do here. $1,000. You bet. Barnyard buddies 1,000 now, 15, and 1,000 now, 1,500 on 1,500. Campus kids at 1,500. You want to be 2,000. Y'all want to do 2,000? Matthews, Morris family is 2,000 now, 2,500. And 2,000 now, 2,500. On a little bit of 5, a little bit 25. I got 2,000 there. Going to be 2,500 on a little bit and 5, a little bit 25. And 2,000, 2,500. Campus kids now 3,000. And 2,500 to $3,000 on a little bit of 3, would have been 3,000. I got 2,500 up front. Got to be $3,000 bid to buy. And 3,000 here. A little bit and 3 would have been $3,000. I got 2,500. Going to be 3,000 to buy here. A little bit and 3 would have been 3,000 and 2,500 and 3 grand's all. You buy 3,000 in here in the Moore's family is 3,000 now 35 and 3,000 now 3,500 all. A little bit of 5 would have been 35 and 3,000 3,500 here to 5 would have been 3,500 all. And 3,000 to 3,500 5 would have been 3,500 here and 5 would have been 35 and 3,000 35. Got to go. Let's call on here. A little bit of 35. 35. What about 32.50? One time. Got 3,000, 32.50. One time. Quarter to $3,250 where? And 32.50 is on about a little bit of 32.50. 32.50. Sold at your Wayne $3,000. Morris family buys. Morris family buys. Thank you. Picture, please. All right, coming in, lot number 90. Riley Hugart. Market steer, she's a freshman. Klein Collins FFA. Wants to thank her parents, brothers, ag teachers, and everyone else that's believed in her along the way. Going to use the funds to help put towards future projects. Oh, you tell me what you want to do here. A little bit of time. Would have been 3,500. For 3,500, not a bit of buy. 5,000. I got 5,000 in. Scott drilling in at 5,000. Would it be 6,000, sir? 6,000. AVW's into 6,000, now 7. And 6,000, now 7,000. Poe Construction's into 7,000, now 8. And 7,000, now 8,000. Who you got? Satterfield in at 8,000, now 9. 8,000, now 9,000. A little bit in. Now would have been 9 grand. 8,000 and 9,000. Where? A little bit in. Now would have been $9,000. And $8,000 and $9,000 here. A little bit in. Now would have been 9,000. Where? 9,000. Poe Construction now 10 and 9 to 10,000's all and $9 to $10,000. Sir, do you want to do it here? You got to be 10,000. You got 9 in the back. 10,000. You bet. I got 10,000 now 11 and 10 now $11,000 on about a little bit 11 grand and 10,000 now 11 here. About a little bit 11,000 where and 10,000 now 11,000 on about a little bit 11,000 11,000 here. What about 10,500 one time? I got 10,000 now. Have a little bit of 10,500 and 10,000 now 500. Now have about a little bit of 500 10,500. 10,500. I have sold it to you $10,000. Got to go to Satterfield. Satterfield and Ponte Kids Construction Company. Picture, please. Katie Lynn Irwin back in the ring. Klein Hope Jr. Horticulture Project. Third year growing plants. Wants to thank her friends and family for making this possible. Glad she was able to show and make the auction. All right, lot 91. What do y'all want to do here? About a little bit of $500 and 500 here. About a little bit of 500 in the back. Poe Construction now 6 and money's on a 5. Would have been a 600. Where? About a little bit. Didn't say would have been a 600. Is it going to be 189 Club at 600 now 7? Is that in? On it services are all together, or do you want to do 7 on it? And in it together, 600 now 7. And 600 now 7. Where? About a little bit of $700 bid to buy. I got 600 now 7. So about a little bit and 700 here. And 600 on the ground. Got to be $700 bid to buy here. About a little bit of 700. And 600 now 7. So about a little bit and 700. Poe Construction. You bet now 8. And 7 now 800 here. A little bit and 8. And 7 now 800. So about a little bit and 8. Would have been 800. And 7 now 800 here. About a little bit and 8. Would have been 800 where? And 7 now 800. So about a little. You want to do 750? 750, same way. 750 on it services, 189. 750 now 800. And 750 now 800. Gotta be $800 bid to buy. I got 750 gathered up, gotta be 800 all. And 800 here, they would have been 800. 800 boat construction. Now have it been 850. I got 800 in the back, you gotta be 850 again. And 850 all. I bet you trying one more time. 850. You got 800 now, have it a bit 850. 850, you wanna do 850 last call. Now I have sold it to you, $800. Pogue Construction. Pogue Construction's the buyer. Is it Carlick? Is that correct? Carlick? Lot 92, Mallory Carlick, Klein Kane, sophomore, Penafriar Rabbits. First year in FFA and loved it. Plans to continue to keep raising rabbits and to get better as a rabbit breeder as well. Wants to thank her mother and ag teachers that have helped throughout the way and plans to continue to invest it into future projects. All right, you tell me what you want to do. Last pen of rabbits, by the way, folks. I was just informed if you want to get your rabbits in the live sale, last one's walking through. All right, you tell me what you want to do. Last pen of fryers, $500. And $500 bid to buy, $500 bid to 500 where? And $500 bid to buy, $500 bid to 500. You got a bid to 500, you bet. 183. Mary Lingetti, is that correct? Lingetti? Langety? All right. Langety, all right. 500 now 6. And money's on a 5 and 600. A little bit in, sing, a little bit in 600. And money's on a 5 and 600 here. Not a little bit in, sing, a little bit down 600. And money's on a 5 and 600. Where? A little bit in, sing, a little bit of 600. What about 550 one time? And get 500 now. Had a little bit of 550. And 500 now. Had a little bit of 550. 550. And I have sold it to you $500. Gonna go to a buyer, 183, buyer, 183. Thank you, ma'am. Got Jacob Mustin coming in, Klein Oak, Lot 93, Swine Project. He's a freshman. Plans to do pigs the rest of high school and would like to use his money for auction for this year to help get him a hog for next year. All right, you tell me what you want to do here. You're not about a little bit of $1,000 bid to buy 1,000. You bad barnyard, everybody's in 1,000. Y'all want to be 1,500? I got 1,000 up front. You want to do 1,500? 1,500. Goble's in it. 1,500 now too. And 1,500 a team would have been 2,000. And 1,500 now $2,000. About a little bit into would have been $2,000. I got 1,500 now $2,000. About a little bit into would have been 2,000. And 1,500 now two would have been $2,000. About a little bit into would have been 2,000. And 1,500 now two would have about a little bit into would have been 2,000. What about 1,750? One time. I got 1,500 now 1,750. And 1,500 gathered up now going to be $1,750 bid to buy. And 1,750 where about a little bit of 1,750. 1,750 in. On its services, 1,750. Now 2,000. And 1,750 to $2,000. A little bit into would have been $2,000. And 1,750 now $2,000. A little bit into would have been 2,000. And 1,750 now $2,000. A little bit into would have been $2,000 bid to buy. And 1,750 now two would have been a little bit into would have been 2,000. Last call, $2,000. I have sold it to you $1,750 to On It Services. Buyer 24, picture please. Kaylee Peters coming in, Klein High School FFA Junior. This is the last pen of broilers, folks. The last pen of broilers to walk through the ring. It looks like you get, what exactly is that? Cabbage? Get some cabbage with the chickens? All right, good deal. All right, you tell me. Wants to thank her ag teacher, Mr. Brumman, for helping her with her broilers, and by using the earnings from the auction to go towards goat projects, hopefully in the upcoming year. All right, y'all, what do you want to do here? A little bit of $500 on the last pen of broilers, and $500 here. $500. Kind of FFA alumni in at 5 now 600, and 5 now $600. Where? A little bit in say would have been $600, and 5 got to be 600. I got 5 in the back, got to be 600. 600 right there on the right. 42. Who is that? Willow Creek Ranch in at 600, now 7. And 700, Klein FFA in its alumni 7 now, 8, would be 800, sir. And 800 now, 9, would be 900. You gotta be 900, got 8 over here, gotta be 900, all a bit of buy. 8 and 900 here, done about a little bit, and 9 would be 900. And Willow Creek Ranch in at 8 and 9, would have been a little bit, gotta be 900 where? 8 and 900 here, done about a little bit, and 9 would have been 900, all a bit of buy. $900 on your last spin of broilers, 900 one time, gotta go in here, done about a little bit, and 900, and I have sold it to you, $800 buyer, 42, Willow Creek Ranch of Tomball. Thank you, sir. Ashlyn Stanfield, Klein Collins FFA Jr. Wants to thank everybody that's helped her in FFA, all the ag teachers, Avery Legop, her sister, parents, and everyone that's believed in her for support. Funds here are supposed to go help for college and future projects. You tell me. Lot number 99. Market Lamb, $1,000 bear. What about, you want to do $4,000? 4,000, you bad, buddies, on $4,000. That's Craig and Sarah Stanfield at 4,000 now. Half would have been at 45. I got 4,000 now. 4,500. A little bit in 5 would have been at 45. And 4,000 now. 4,500 here and 5 would have been at 4,500. And 4,500. 5,000. You bet. Same way. Craig and Sarah Stanfield at 5,000 now. 6. And 5 now. 5,500. A little bit in 5 would have been at 55. I got 5,000 now. 5,500. A little bit in 5 would have been at 55. And 5,000. 5,500 here. A little bit and then 5 would have been 55 would have been 5,500. I got 5,000 now. Half got to go. Let's go. Would have been a little bit and 55 and 55. Sold it your way in $5,000. Craig and Sarah Stanfield. Thank you very much. Sophia Sebastian, Klein Kane FFA Senior. Swine Project coming up the ramp. Wants to thank God for the opportunity to be here. She's attending Tarleton State and is going to use the money from this to help with her college education. Wants to thank the Hill family, Shaw family, Trenton Standley, and Miss Morrow for all of their support and the opportunity to do this. All right, lot 96. What do you want to do here? And $1,000 bid by one. Would have been 1,000 here. Would have been $1,000 on the swine here. And one. And $1,000 one time here. And 1,000. Barnyard buddies in 1,000. The X's, you want to do 15? You want to do 1,500? The X is in at 1,500 now, too. And 1,500 now, too. Would have been a little bit in 2. Would have been 2,000. And 1,500 now, $2,000. About a little bit in 2. Would have been $2,000. And 1,500 now, $2. About a little bit in 2. Would have been 2,000. And 1,500 and 2,000. Where? About a little bit in 2. Would have been 2,000. And 1,500. What about 1,750? One time. I got 1,500 on the ground. I got to be 1,750 to buy. And 1,750 is on. About a little bit of 1,750 where? I got 1,500. Got to be 1,750 here. About 1750 and selling 1750s on 1750s on 1750 and 1750 last call 1750 bet now 2,000 and the Pierce family's in at 1750 and 2,000 where and 2,000 about a little bit into a little bit of 2,000 and 1750 and 2,000 is that the X is in at 2,000 now 2250 and 2,000 now 2250s on 2250 and 2,000 now quarter dollar and 2250s haul and 2250s haul last call gotta go 2,250. I have sold it to you $2,000 the X's. The X's are the buyers. Thank you. All right, we got Jensen Coriston, Klein Collins Senior Turkey Project. Is this the last turkey? This is the last turkey to walk through the sale. Last turkey to walk through. Wants to finish his senior year with his second-year Hereford heifer after high school. He wants to go to Texas A&M Kingsville and study large animal medicine and continue down a path of veterinary medicine. All right, you tell me. Last turkey in the sale. What do you want to do here? $500 and $500. You bet. You're going to be stocking your lawn there at $500 now, $750 and $500 now, $750. On a little bit of $750 and $500. Money's on at $500 to $750. On a little bit of $750 and $500 now, $750 here. A little bit of $750. What about $600? One time and got $500 now, $600 here. A little bit of say what a bit of $600 and $5 now, $600. On a little bit of say what a bit of $600. And $5, $600 all here. Not a bit of say would have been a 600 and $5. Last turkey to run through. $600 here. Not a bit. Who wants it? And $5 now, $600 all. Not a bit of say would have been a 600 and 600. And I have sold it to you. $500 goes out to Stockinger Lawn Care and Landscaping. Thank y'all very much. Picture, please. All right, coming in lot 98, Justin Burkhalter, Klein Forest Senior with his goat. After high school, wants to go to Texas Tech University and major in animal science. Funds here are going to be used to help support his education and long-term goals in the ag industry. Wants to thank his sincere appreciation to Mrs. Stacy and Coy for their guidance and supporting throughout the year. Their help has meant as much to him as ever, and he really appreciates it. All right, lot 98, Market Goat. You tell me, senior, ladies and gentlemen, $1,000 here. Barn everybody's at 1,000. What do we do? 1,500. You want to do 1,500? Stock your show supply, 1,500 down too, and 1,500 to $2,000 on. Not a bit, a little bit into would have been 2,000. I got 1,500. Got to be $2,000 on. Not a bit, a little bit into would have been $2,000, and 1,500 down $2,000 on. Not a bit, a little bit into would have been 2,000, and 1,500 to 2,000 here. Not a bit, a little bit into would have been $2,000. I got the Stockinger family show supply in at 15. Got to be 2,000, and 1,500 down two would have been $2,000 on. Not a bit, a little bit into would have been 2,000. What about 1,750? One time. I got 1,500 down 1,750s on. Not a bit, 1,750 and 1,500 down 1,750 here. 1,750s where and 1,500 down 1,750 to buy down. 1,750, 1,750 last call. Gotta go 1,750. And I have Barnyard Buddies in at 1,750. You want to be 2,000? You want to be 2,000? I got 1,750 up front. You want to be 2,000? Stockinger Family Show Supply and TN Livestock together for 2,000, 2,250, and 2,000 down, 2,250s on, a little bit and 2,250. I got 2,000, got to be 2,250s on, a little bit and quarter, a little bit and 2,250, and 2,000 down, 2,250 here, a little one time, and I have sold it to you. $2,000 goes out TN Livestock with Coy Stockinger Family Show Supply. Thank y'all, and picture please. All right, coming in lot 99, General Stevens, Klein Collins Jr. Swine Project. Wants to thank Elite Drive Luxury Rentals in Savannah with Frat Boy Ranch nonprofits, his peers, and his parents for being their biggest supporters. Going to use the money to help return for the project towards a summer project for Harris County and State Fair. All right, lot 99, tell me what you want to do here. And $1,000, Barn, everybody's in 1,000 now, 15. And 1,000 now, $1,500 on, about a little bit, 1,500. I got 1,000 now, 1,500 on, about a little bit, and 15. What about 1,500's where? You want to do 1,500, sir? 1,500 is going to be Stevens Fastening Manufacturing. 1,500 now, 2. And 1,500 now, $2,000 on, about a little bit, and 2. What about 2,000? And 1,500 and $2,000 on, about a little bit, and 2. What about 2,000? And 1,500 and $2,000 on here, about a little bit, and 2. What about $2,000? And 1,500 and 2,000 on. What about 1,750? One time. I got 1,500, 1,750. Gonna be the Barnyard Buddies at 1,750. Gonna be 2,000. Stevens in back at 2,000. Gonna be 2,250. And 2,000 down, 2,250s on. About a little bit and quarter down, 2,250. I got 2,000. Gonna be 2,250. Gonna be to buy. And 2,250s on. About a little bit and 2,250. 2,250. And I have sold it to you in $2,000. Goes out to Stevens Fasteners and Manufacturing, buyer number 152. Thank you, sir. All right, lot 100 coming in. Lyndon McKay, Klein FFA senior horticulture. Got to go to Texas A&M and major in accounting is the plan. Money here is going to go towards college next year. All right, what do you want to do here? Is this our last horticulture?
Last plant, yes.
Last plant to sell. All right, you tell me. $400 going to go to,
That is 189.
going to be the 189. 189 club, 400, money's on it, 4 and a 5. And 400 now, 500 is on, a little bit, and 5, a little bit of 500. And 400 now, 5, a little bit, and 5, a little bit of 500 where? And 400 now, 5 here, a little bit, and 5, a little bit of 500. And money's on it, 4 and a 5, a little bit, and 5, a little bit of 500's all. And 400 and 5, a little bit, and 5, a little bit of 500's here. Now, what about 450? One time. I got 400 now, had a little bit, and 450. And 400 now, had a little bit, and 450's all. And 450 gonna go. $450 all, and $400 50 bucks, $100 and half, $450 all in. I have sold it to you. $400 is going to go to the 189 club. 189 club. Thank you, sir. All right, Klein Oak Senior Fernando Villarreal Steer Project wants to take the money he gets from the auction to go to future education to pursue a degree in animal science. He's thankful for his ag teacher, Mr. Richardson, for all the time, guidance, and hard work he's helped put in with his steer, and for his family's continuous support throughout his livestock projects. Wants to attend Texas A&M University and study in animal science. All right, you tell me, what do you want to do here now? $5,000. What do you want to do? 5,000? 5,000 at Bob's Woodworking. 5,000 now. Say, what about 6,000? Ma'am, do you want to be 6? Coast. All right, 6,000. Coastwise is going to be 6,000. You want to do 7? 7,051. Seville Electric's in at 7,000 now. Wait, and $8,000 on a little bit, and 8 would have been 8,000. I got 7,000 on the ground. Got to be 8,000 here. And 8 would have been 8,000. And 7 grand's on. 8,000 here. And 8 would have been 8,000. 8,000 in the back. You bet it's going to be Poe Construction. You bet 8,000 now. 9. 8 to 9,000 here. And 9 would have been 9 grand. I got 8,000 on the ground. Got to be 9,000. A little bit by 9 would have been 9,000. 8 to 9,000 here. And 9 would have been 9 grand. 8,000 to 9 here. What about 8,500? One time. I got 8,000 gathered up. Going to be 8,500. 8,500 here. And 5 would have been 8,500. 8,500. I have sold it to you. $8,000. Poe Construction. How do you say your name? Esau? All right, Giovanni Esau, Klein Oak Freshman Swine Project. Wants to take the money here to help support future FFA projects. Wants to thank her parents, Mrs. Wunderlich, and all the advisors. And after high school, plans to continue education, work towards a future career. Wants to thank you to everybody who's invested time and their money for her future. All right, you tell me what you want to do here on the Swine Project. $1,000 a barnyard, but now 15. And money's on 1,000 now, 1,500. And 1,000 now, 1,500 on a bit, a little bit, and 15 would have been $1,500 bit to buy. I got 1,000 now, 1,500. Where? A little bit, and 15 would have been 1,500. And 1,000 now, 1,500 on a little bit, and 15 would have been 1,500. And 1,000 money's on. You got to be $1,500 bit to buy. A little bit, and 15. What about 1,250? One time. And 1,000 and a quarter. And 1,250 here. Done a little bit, and 1,250. And 1,250 where? Got 1,000. Got to be 1,250. And 1,250's on. A little bit, and 1,250 here. And 1,250. 1,250. $1,100 one time. You want to try it? I get 1,000 now. 1,100. 100. A little bit, 1,100. And 1,100 one time. Gotta go. 1,100. And I have sold it to you. $1,000. Barnyard Buddies is the buyer. Barnyard Buddies is the buyer. Natalia Cuevas coming in, Klein Kane freshman. Market Goat, Says the project's taught her responsibility, consistency, and confidence as a first-year exhibitor. She wants to thank her family and everyone else that supported her throughout the year. Funds are going to go to help towards continuing her livestock projects and future education after high school. All right, we got a market go. Y'all tell me what you want to do here. $1,000. 17. Pierce family's at 1,000 now 1,500, and 1,000 now 1,500. 15 would have been 1,500, and money's on 1,000 now 1,500. Where 15 would have been 1,500, and 1,000 now 1,500. 15 would have been 1,500, and 1,000 now 1,500. What about 1,250? One time I got 1,000, 1,250. Barnyard buddies at 1,250 now 15. I got 1,250 up front, gotta be 1,500, and 1,250 now 1,500. 15 would have been 1,500, and 1,250 with barnyard buddies gotta be 1,500 to buy. And 1,500 is on. 15 would have been 1,500, and 1,500. And I have sold it to you. $1,250. Barnyard Buddy is the buyers. Barnyard Buddies is the buyer. All right, lot 104, Hannah Botner, Klein Collins, Senior, Swine Project. Wants to use this money to go straight to veterinarian school in New Zealand at Massey University to eventually become a mixed animal orthopedic surgeon. Wants to thank her parents, friends, and most of all, God. All of this would be impossible without him. Wants to say thank you to the buyers and bidders as well. Swine Project, what do you want to do here? Danny Reeves in at 1,000 now, 1,250, and money's on 1,000 now, $1,250. $1,250, and 1,000 now, $1,250. $1,250 where? And money's on 1,000 now, $1,250. You want to do it? PM Utilities, $1,250 now, 1,500, and $1,250 now, 1,500. 15 would have been 1,500. I got 1,250 over there. Got to be 1,500 down to Dubai, and PM 1,500. Barnyard Buddies now 1,750, and 1,500 now, 1,750. 1,750, and 1,500 now, 1,750. About a little bit 1750, and 1,500 down 1750 here now 1750s on about a little bit 1750, and 1,500 got a goal last call would have been 1750s on 1,750 where, and 1,750, and I have sold it to you $1,500. Barnyard Buddies is the buyer. All right, lot number 105, Klein Collins FFA Senior, Caitlin Pledger with a market lamb. Plans to use the money from the lamb to help save up and attend Sam Houston State University in the future. We'd like to thank Mr. Resendez for never losing faith in her or the lamb over the last 4 years and sticking by her side. Thank you to her mom and dad as well. All right, market lamb here. You tell me what you want to do. And $1,000 bid, a little bit, and $1,000 where? And 1,000 here, and a little bit, and a senior, and $1,000 on, a little bit, 1,000, and 1,000 here, 1,000. Gonna be. I had Miss Watson. You want it at 1,000? Yes, 1,000 there, Miss Watson. You bet. Now going to be 1,500. 1,000 now, 1,500. A little bit, 15 would have been 1,500, and 1,000 now, 1,500. A little bit, and 15 would have been 1,500, and 1,000 now, 1,500. A little bit, 1,500. 1,000 and a half. A little bit, and a half would have been $1,500. Where? What about 1,250? One time I got 1,000 now, 1,250. A little bit, and 1,250, and 1,250. A little bit, and 1,250 here, and 1,000 now, 1,250. One time got to go here and a little last call, a little bit, and 1,250, 1,000 now, 1,250, and I have sold it to you. Going to be buyer number 68, Mrs. Watson. Thank you very much. All right, coming in. Is that Solanek? Is that how you pronounce it? Solanek. Alexa Solanek, Klein Forest Jr. with a swine project. Wants to take the money here and put half into an animal for senior year. Maybe be able to get two, and second would be to put towards saving for a car to help her get across to the barn and to get feed more easily. All right, Junior and Klein Forest swine project. You tell me what you want to do here. 1,000 barnyard buddies, 1,000 now, 15. And 1,000 now, $1,500 on, a little bit of 15. What about 1,500? 1,500, who you got? Dr. McGowan's in at 15 now, 2,000 and $1,500 to $2,000 on, a little bit into, would have been $2,000 where, and 1,500 now too, would have been a little bit into, would have been 2,000 and $1,500 to $2,000 on, a little bit into, would have been $2,000 and 1,500 to 2. What about 1,750? One time, I got 1,500 now, 1,750 Saul, and 1,500 now, 1,750 here, a little bit to 1,750. Barnyard buddies in at 1,750 now, 2,000 and 1,750 now, $2,000 on, a little bit into, would have been $2,000 and 1,750 now, $2,000 on, a little bit into, would have been 2,000 and 1,750 now, $2,000 here, a little bit into, would have been $2,000. Now I have sold it to you, 1,750. Barnyard buddies is the buyer. Barnyard buddies is the buyer. All right, coming in, lot 107, Audrey Osterman, Klein Oak Jr., the last vegetable to go through the auction today. Raises pigs and grows vegetables, also has a hog for the Austin Rodeo, wants to take the money today to use it towards future projects, wants to thank her parents and ag teachers. All right, last vegetable to go through, 300. Is that going to be the 189 club at 300? And 189 clubs at 300, money's on now, half would have been 350, and 300 here, now $50 on, another 350 where, and 300 PM utilities at 350, and 350 now, 400 back at you, sir. Again, 350 over here, and going to be $400 bit about phone, would have been at 400, and 350 now, $400 on, a little bit in phone, would have been 400, and 350 down, $400 on, a little bit in phone, would have been 400 here, and 350 down, $400 bit of phone, would have been 400 all, and 350 now, 4 here, a little bit in phone, would have been 400, and 400 you bet, going to be the 189 club, 4 now, have it been 450 and 450 you bet. PM utilities is back at 450. Got to be 500, sir. I got 450 over here. PM, you got to be 500 and 450 now. 5 would have been a little bit and 5 would have been 500. And last call around the house here. A little bit and 5 would have been 500. And I have 500. You bet. 86. Janie Hamilton's in at 500 now, have it a bit of 550. And 550, you bet. PM Utilities got to be 600. I got 550, got to be 600. A little bit of insane, would have been 600. And 550 now, 600. A little bit of insane, would have been 600. And 5.5 now, $600 here. And got to go last call around the house here. A little bit of 6. Now I have sold it to you, $550. PM Utilities. PM Utilities is the buyer. I didn't either. I couldn't see him. Are there any silent auction or any kind of announcements there? All right, fixing to roll into lot number 108. Holly Mobley, Klein Collins Jr. with her market lamb. Wants to thank God for being with her every step of the way. Would like to thank Molly Obrath and Grant Keller for always being there to help her and support her. And wants to thank all of the ag teachers, especially Mr. Resendez. Plans on using the funds to work towards future projects. All right, market lamb, y'all tell me what you want to do here. $1,000 bid to buy, and $1,000 one. $1,000 going to be the Pierce family. 1,000 now 15, and 1,000 now 1,500. A little bit of 15 would have been 1,500, and 1,000 now 1,500. Where a little bit of 15 would have been $1,500 bid to buy, and 1,000 now 1,500 here. A little bit of 15 would have been 1,500, and what about 1,500 here? And a little bit of 15 would have been 1,500. I got 1,000 now. Would have been 1,500 here. And a little bit of 15 would have been 1,250 one time. I got 1,000 now, 1,250 one time here, and about a little bit, and 1,250, and 1,250. The Barnyard Buddies, you bet, now 1,500, and 1,250 now, 1,500 here, and about a little bit, 1,500. The Pierce family now 1,750, and 1,500 now, 1,750's all, and about a little bit, and 1,750, and 1,500 now, 17 and a half, and about a little bit, 1,750 where, and 1,500 now, 1,750 on the last call, and 1,750. Now I have sold it to you, $1,500. Going to go out to Joe and Vanessa Pierce, buyer number 17. Thank you. This is the last year, correct? Lot 109, last year to walk through the ring. Sophia Hagar, Klein FFA senior. Wants to thank everybody that's helped her through the project. Couldn't do it without her parents and ag teacher, Mr. Bill, Mrs. Brummins. Mr. Brummins, after high school, plans to attend Texas A&M University in animal science to become a veterinarian. Thanks to her parents and absolutely everything. Wants to say I love you to her mother and father. All right, who we got over there? Coastwise in at 5,000. You want to be 6,000 in the back. I got 5,000. Going to be 6,000 over there at 51. Seville Electric's in at 6,000. You want to be 7,000. Now the hot shot's going to be 7,000 now. 8 and 7,000 now. 8,000. And 8,000. I got 7,000. Going to be 8,000. To buy. And 7,000 now. 8,000 here. And 8 grand. And 7,000. Going to be 8,000. To buy. I got 7,000. You got to be 8,000. 8,000. Going to be coastwise. Going to be 8,000 now. 9. 8 and $9,000 on. 9 grand. 8 and $9,000 on. And how much 9,000 where? 8,000 and the last year, folks, $9,000 on and 9, 8,000 and 9,000 on. Gotta be 9,000 to buy. I got 8,000 over 9,000. Now the hot shot's gonna be 9 now 10 and 9 and 10,000 where? 10 would have been 10,000 and 9 and 10,000 where? What about 9,500? One time does that help you out? At 9,500 and one time here and have it been 9,500. 9,000 now have 95. Let's go on here and 5 would have been 95 and 9,500. 9,500, and I have sold it to you. $9,000 goes out to Nava Hot Shot 196. Buyer 196. Thank you, sir. Picture, please. All right. Lot 110. Klein Kane, Olivia Kieschnick, sophomore, Market Goat. Learned as many lessons through this program as any, handled heartbreak and struggle as well. Wants to become, after show career, wants to become an agriculture lawyer, stay in the ag industry for as long as possible. Wouldn't have been possible without Hannah, her parents, ag teachers, Mrs. Bailey. The money here are going to go to the next projects to continue, start on a heifer project. All right, Kieschnick, right here, Market Goat. All right, you tell me what you want to do here. $1,000 on Whitetail Properties, $1,000 here, and 1,000 now, 1,500, 1,000 now, 1,500, 1,000 now, 1,500, and 1,000 now, 1,500, 15 would have been 1,500. I got $1,000 here, now I would have been 1,500, 15 would have been 1,500, and 1,000 now, 1,500, 15 would have been 1,500. Where? What about 1,250? One time, I got 1,000 now, 12 and a half, and 1,000 now, 1,250. One time here, around the house here, 1,250, and 1,000 now, 1,250. Gonna be the barnyard buddies at 1,250 now, 1,500, and 1,250 now, 1,500 here, and 15 would have been 1,500, and 1,250 now, 1,500, now 15 would have been 1,500, and 1,250 now, 1,500, and 15 would have been 1,500, and gonna be Whitetail Properties in 15 now, 1,750, and 15, 1,750, and 1,750, and 1,500 now, 1,750, and 1,750 here, and $1,750 on 1,750, 1,750, last call, gotta go here, got 15 now, 1,750, and I have sold it to you, $1,500, gonna go to buyer 25, Klein Whitetail Properties. Thank you, sir. Lot 111, Camellia Gill, Klein Oak FFA senior with a swine project coming into the ring. Wants to thank her friends, family, and advisors for always being there when needed. Also wants to thank her mom because without this, none of this would be possible. Plans with this money to be used to help pay for college where she wants to attend Texas Tech and get a veterinary degree for small animals. All right, swine project here. What do you want to do? $1,000 where? And $1,000 over there. And it's going to be Goble family in at 1,000 now, 15. Money's on 1,000 now, 1,500, 15 would have been 1,500, and 1,000 now, 1,500, 15 would have been 1,500 one time. You got 1,500. Is that Dr. McGowan in at 1,500? now 2,000. I got $1,500 and $2,000. Hold on, $2,000. And money's on at 15. Got to be $2,000 where? And $1,500 and $2,000. Would have been 2,000. And $1,500 and $2,000 would have been 2,000. And what about $1,750? One time. I got $1,500. Got to be $1,750. And $1,750. Hold on, $1,750. I got $1,500. Got to be $1,750. One time here. $1,750. And $1,750. And I have sold it to you. $1,500. It's going to go out to Dr. McGowan. All right. Moving in towards the end of the sale, folks. Only a couple of them left. We got 5 live lots left to go. Lot 112, Haley Frinsky, Klein Kane, Senior, Market Goat. Couldn't have done this without the support from all of her friends and family. Going to be attending Tarleton State University and hopefully become an ag teacher one day. Wants to put this money back towards her college education. All right, lot 12. The X is in at 1,000. You bet. Money's on 1,000 now. 15. You want to do 1,500, sir? 2,000. You bet. 2,000 here. 2,000. Linko Construction's at a 2 now. 25. 2,000 now. 2,500. 5 would be 2,500. I got 2,000 now. 2,500. 5 would be 2,500. And 2,000 now. 2,500. You bet. Is it going to be MMIA is going to be at 25 and 2,500 and $3,000 on it. And 3 would have been $3,000. I got 2,500 and $3,000 on it. And 3 going to be 3,000 to buy and 2,500 and $3,000. 3,000 is going to go out to. Going to go out to Linko and 3,000 now 3,500 and 3,000 now 3,500 on it. 5 would have been 35 and 3,000 now 3,500 here and 5 would have been 35 and 5 would have been 3,500 and 3,500 on it. 5 would have been 35 and 35 would be 3,250. One time got 3,000 now quarter now 3,250 and 3,250 and I have sold it to you $3,000. Buyer number 76 Linko Construction. Thank you, sir. Ciara Meza coming in lot 113. Klein FFA Junior Swine Project wants to use this money to help fund future projects she'll be raising next year. Very grateful to be in this position. All right, starting to run out of livestock, folks. What we're going to do here. $1,000 here. The Mike Klein properties in $1,000 now, 15. And 1,000 now, 1,500. And 15 would have been 1,500. And 1,000 now, 1,500. 15 would have been 1,500. And 1,000 now, 1,500. 1,000 and a half. I got 1,000 now, 1,500. 15 would have been 1,500. And 1,000 here, and 500. 1,000 going to be 1,500 is going to be Coach White and at 15 now 2,000 and 1,500 and $2,000 on and 2 would have been 2,000 and 1,500 and $2,000 on and 2 and 1,500 and $2,000 and 2 would have been 2,000. 2,000. What about 1,750? One time. And again, 1,500 got to be 1,750 and 1,500 now 1,750 on and 1,750. Mike Klein properties in a 1,750 to 2,000 and 1,750 now $2,000 on it. A little bit and 2 would have been 2,000 and 2,000 here. A little bit and 2 would have been $2,000 and 1,750 now 2,000 where and $2,000 last call. And I have sold it to you 1,750. Mike Klein properties is the buyer. Thank you, sir. All right, Abby Daughters, Klein Kane, FFA Junior. Last market lamb to go through the sale. All right, wants to thank her sister and Mr. Frank for driving her to do her best and continue her passion for showing sheep. Last market limit of the sale. Y'all tell me what you want to do here. $1,000 one time. And 1,000 here. And 1,000. The barnyard buddies in 1,000. Now 15. And 1,000 now. $1,500. 15 would have been 1,500. And 1,000 now. 1,500. What about 1,250 one time? I get 1,000 now. $1,250. 1,000 now. 1,250. And 1,000 now. 1,250 here. 1,250. And 1,000 now. 1,250. 1,250. That's going to be MMIA. Is that right? MMIA's and 1,250 now 1,500 and 1,250 now 1,500 15 would have been 1,500 and 1,250 now 1,500 15 would have been 1,500 on the buy. I got 1,250 here now going to be 1,500 tall and 1,500 one time. Let's go here 1,500. Sold it to you $1,250. Going to go out to PM Utilities. PM Utilities, thank you, sir. All right, lot 115. Rayleigh Lord, excuse me. Swine Project, Klein Oak Jr. Last hog to walk through the ring. Last market hog to walk through the ring. Plans to use her money for future projects. Wants to thank all of her parents, her ag teachers, and other supporters. All right, last hog to go through. You tell me what you want to do, sir. What do you want to do, sir? $1,000? $1,000, you bet. H-bar, is that right? H-bar to 1,000 now 15 and 1,000 now 1,500 here. A little bit of 15 would have been 1,500 and 1,000 now 1,500. A little bit of 15 would have been 1,500 and 1,000 now 1,500. A little bit of 15 would have been 1,500. What about 1,250 one time? I get 1,000 now 1,250. You bet. The Goble family at 1,250 now 15 and 1,250 now 1,500. A little bit would have been 1,500. I got 1,250 now 1,500 here. A little bit now 15 would have been 1,500 and 1,250 now 1,500. A little bit of 15 would have been 1,500 and 1,250. 1,500 is going to be H-bar now 1,750 and 1,500 now 1,750. 1,750 and 1,500 now 1,750. 1,750 and 1,500 now 17 and a half. The last call around the house got to go 1,750. 1,750 and I have sold it to you $1,500. Goes out to buyer number 6 H-bar. Thank y'all very much. All right, coming in, lot number 116, General Stevens. Klein Collins FFA Jr., Market Goat Project. This is going to be the last live sale, last live item, last goat, last everything. And wants to thank all of his supporters, wants to use this project, use this money for future projects and major projects in the future. Y'all tell me, last one through the sale, what do you want to do here? About $1,000 one time. Barnyard buddies in at 1,000 now 15. I got 1,000 now 1,500. A little bit of 15 would have been 1,500. I got 1,000 now 1,500 one time. A little bit of 15 would have been 1,500. The last item through the sale, got 1,000 now 1,500 one time. And 1,000 now 1,500. A little bit of 15 would have been 1,500. And 1,000 now 1,500 here. A little bit of 15 would have been 1,500. And 1,000 now 1,500. A little bit of 15 would have been 1,500. And 1,000 now 1,500 here. A little bit of 15. What about 1,250 one time? I got 1,000 now $1,250. And 1,000 now $1,250. Last one to go through. And 1,000 now $1,250 here. 2,000 Stevens Fastening and Manufacturing. 2,000 now $2,250. And money's on a 2,000 now $2,250. On a little bit of $2,250. And 2,000 turn now $2,250 here. Not about a little bit of $2,250 here. Not about a little bit of $2,250. And 2,000 now quarter a little bit of $2,250 now. Not about a little bit of $2,250. Last call, all in $2,250. And I have sold it to you $2,000. Going to go to Stevens Fastening and Manufacturing. Thank you, sir. Want to give out a big thank you to all of our bidders, buyers, backup bidders. Whether you bought anything or not, any bid is appreciated and helps those kids out. They'll get you straightened away when you go to pay out. And just a reminder, if you feel like adding on to any kid, whether they were in the live sale or they were through the tent sale, you can find an ag teacher and they'll get you in line to be able to do that. We really appreciate y'all coming out. The Klein ISD's 57th annual project show. I hope y'all all have a safe trip back home and come back and see us again next year. Thank y'all very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, that is the conclusion of our auction. As a reminder, the barn will close 1 hour after the auction closes. 1 hour, the barn will close. At 6 o'clock, we will be closing the barn.